Good afternoon, bon après-midi, mesdames et messieurs. Bienvenue ici au circuit de la métropole pour la dernière jour de la deuxième week-end de saison 2025 Iame Series Benelux. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the circuit de la métropole here at Racing Kart JPR for day 3, round 2, Iame Series Benelux 2025. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary position, running solo this weekend. There is the timetable. We have a clean slate for day 3. Mini Rookie, KA 100, X30 Master, Senior Cup Gentleman, and Mini Rookie. Here to entertain all of you at home watching on the official Iame Series Benelux YouTube channel. And thank you so much for joining us here live directly from this part of France. We've already had X30 Junior and Senior. They will not be seen again until the 25th and the 26th of July, but now these drivers are the focus. And today's proceedings overlooked by race director for the series, Dave Ritson, who is just by the dummy grid that you see there on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be a fantastic day to close out what has been an interesting and captivating weekend so far. So let's get underway with your first race of day 3. It's Mini Heat 1, B versus C. The starting grid is going to be as follows. Julian van der Kottelet and George Desmay will be on the front row of the grid. Dan Van Dam and Adriana Kumbo will be on row 2. Mila Cornel and Louis Bieland will be on row number 3. Edouard Berger and Dorian Grandjean will be on row 4. Completing the top 10 will be Theo Handex and Didi Dadale. And then after that will be Metis Pearsons, Lenzo Menguel, Manuel Laurent, Thiago Onik rounding out row 7. Joshua Lorison, Philippe Massau, Artem Kikireshko, Matteo Campobello with Rowan Borma and Rosamund Heineke rounding out the top 20. Bram Konings, Maxime Von Crane, Jacques Depré, Tom Grosjean, Tim Fellman, Axel Linders and François Collignon complete the grid. So it is going to be 9 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers. And good to see the YouTube chat is starting to get a little bit of activity in there. But well, the first day of the weekend was pretty hefty in terms of hot weather conditions. 27 degrees Celsius is the highest temperature we've had this weekend. And that was on Friday afternoon. Yesterday, rainfall. Lots of it. Today, some blue sky interjected, minimal amount of blue sky at the moment, interjected with a lot of light white clouds up above. But the track is dry. Drivers already had non-qualifying practice and qualifying practice completed this morning. So the red lights are on at the starting gantry as we are ready for day 3 of action here at Iame Series Benelux 2025. And we head to the Home of Champions between the 25th and the 27th of July, where I will be rejoined in the commentary box for the 2 rounds at Genk by Guillaume Alvarez. So a big thank you to, obviously, Thomas Bastin, who's currently enjoying himself at GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, currently at Brands Hatch in the Garden of England in Kent. And a real pleasure to be alongside him at the opening round of the season. But Van der Kottelet and Desmay will be the drivers that will lead the field into the tram lines for the first time. Et pour la première fois, ici en dimanche, on est parti. We're underway here on Sunday. And a good start by Adriana Kumbo. I think, well, it's going to be George Desmay that's got through and Julian Van der Kottelet as the field hurtles its way up to turns 2 and 3. We've had a full start called, so we are back under formation lap conditions. So WJS Data Center says in YouTube, good luck to everybody driving today. That's what I love to see when people decide to put those wonderful little comments in. Of course, there's a lot of activity that goes on behind the scenes, and obviously with a lot of people involved. And it's not just the drivers who are the stars of our show that we are giving full prominence to on the live stream. It's the mechanics, it's the teams, it's the families, it's the support network, it's also the circuit, our track marshals who have been absolutely stellar this weekend. They braved the significantly changeable elements yesterday, and without them, we would be lost when it comes to racing, because without their support, a lot of them have full-time day jobs, but they love motorsport as much as we do. So a big thank you and chapeau to the ladies and gentlemen in orange around the track here this weekend. So, the field making its way at a slow call. They're keeping us waiting. Well, there's only one thing to do, is to try and let them, well, get them to go racing and see how it all pans out. And as we all know, that sometimes there is unpredictability in motorsport, which has been witnessed by many a person, myself included. But more to the point, these drivers are waiting for the chance to showcase what they are capable of. And these young drivers are very, very capable indeed on how they present themselves, how they go about their business, and how these drivers will also be able to entertain us over the course of the day. So the wait is palpable, the tension high, and more to the point, who's going to get the jump on everybody else, truth be told. So, second time of asking, we go again here for race 1. Dans les couloirs, et on est parti. We are underway this time around. So a clean start from the field. George Desmay looks to have gotten ahead of Julien van der Cottelet. Adriana Kumbo has moved up into P3. So the drivers making their way through into turn 3. It's going to be hard on the brakes, turn the kart in, rotating, a little bit of bumping and boring here or there. But everyone's safely making it through. 2, 3 wide, trying to get through into turn 4 and the opening opportunity here at this 1,450 metre second at Ostricourt. The drivers have initially gotten under a good start, let's say. So now it's all about how things transpire from this point onwards. And it's all about composure and how you deal with your opposition around you. And that's quite important. You've got to be very, very mindful about spatial awareness. Peripheral vision is another thing that is very conducive to the world of motorsport. Obviously, your eyes are very much the main conduit with which you see everything, but your other senses do get sometimes, let's say the word, well, the senses can get a little bit overwhelmed, so to speak. But at the front end of the field is Julien van der Cottelet leading from Dan Van Dam. Milo Cornel slotting into P3. Georges Desmay running out fourth. Louis Bieland, the son of Sébastien Bieland, who will be in action in X30 Masters later on today, really showcased his prowess at the opening round at Marienborg. Of course, this year we will have a new champion, because defending champion Denver Boz is now up into Mini. Oh, bit of a dive there. That was Georges Desmay on Milo Cornel, and Desmay gets through for P3 just before the chicane. It turns 9 and 10. That's the far part of the top part of the circuit. And at turn 11, and we're going to go into the 90. We're going to go into the left-hander here at turn 12, then into the right at 13, then 14, and turn 15 in the last corner here at the circuit. So 6 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap. All mini heats today will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. So will mini rookie. The other classes will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap for KA 100, Senior Cup, and Gentlemen and Masters. So a lot of action to keep you all occupied over the course of today's action. We should be probably completing everything round about well, we're probably going to be finishing at around about 20 past 6 local time here in northeastern France. But battle for the lead here. And Desmay might fire it up the inside of Dan Van Dam. Has got the opportunity, has got the run. Not quite there through into turn number 8. So now lap 3 has been completed. Jack Depre unfortunately retired on the opening lap, but we do have a leader out in front. That is George Desmé, Julian van der Cotelet right behind. Is trying to move Didi de Dalit on Theo Handex. Well, Dan Van Dam has dropped to the back of the freight train at the front end of the field. This is what I like about this class. 8:55. Just had a warning board. Matteo Campobello down in 16th position, but look, Louis Bielon got a little bit of a touch and it snapped the back axle from one side to the other. He caught it whilst the kart was partially mid-air, and that was a great save by Bielon at that point. So there is still 4 minutes and 35 seconds still to go. Warning flag, that is, for the 8:55. But now things are getting really, really hot and heated under the collar, so to speak, here at turn 3. So George Desmé leads, Milo Cornil second, Louis Bielon and Julian van der Cotelet with Didi de Dalit now ahead of Dan Van Dam for position. Bielon makes the move neatly through at turn 8. Milo Cornil has the 829 right up his rear bumper, and through goes Cornil and van der Cotelet. Bielon has got, well, that's the Dalit to the outside. Oh, that's brave from the 898, and he has gotten through as well. So Louis Bielon at one point was second, now drops down to 5th in that exchange. Oh, well, it's now a case of now or never. Oh, well, Julian van der Cotelet, I think, just got hung out to dry there. He's lost out to, oh dear, and Louis Bielon just gets caught up and he's spun around. Oh. I mean, that was a bit too close to call. It's in a braking zone, and if you make a sudden change of direction like that, it's difficult to justify. You know, a driver might be able to say, yeah, I'm going to go for the move, but then if you go for it and then, whoa! Now, was that Julian van der Cotelet going around the outside of at least 3 karts through the chicane? I think it was. But it is getting a little bit scrappy out there, I'll be completely honest. We're only in the first out of 3 heats. They still have to, oh, it's 3 wide through that corner, and there's a little bit of sidewall rubbing. Van der Cotelet's going to lose 2 places through the final corner. I know for a fact that I can feel my ears burning. I know that race control are going to be looking all over this, as the drivers are really, I mean, it's a fast-paced circuit. And as Louis Bielon is just dropped down all the way to 24th, look, fanning to 3 wide into turn 3. That never works out well at this circuit unless it's on the exit. And look, there's a gap. Look, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. There are 8 karts in 4 rows of 2, and off goes. I think that was Milo Cornil coming out of turn number 5. It's like the hornet's nest has just been woken up, and again, just drivers just going for, and this is just a personal observation, there is sometimes, I keep on using this phrase, sense of desperation and sense of urgency. Urgency is when you know you've got to make that move. Desperation is where you just throw everything and the kitchen sink at it and hope it sticks, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But this first sector is absolutely crazy when it comes to velocity. So George Desmé, Didi de Dalit now up into P2. having started down in 10th. Milo Cornel, 3rd. Edouard Berger, Theo Handax, Adriano Kumbo, Dan Van Dam, Julian van der Kottelet, Thiago Onik up 5 places from 14th on the grid. Now has the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 4.660. Matthias Piesens rounds out your top 10. Now it's going to be the comeback drive from the 8:04 of RSD Karting's Louis Bieland. Coming down to the final 40 seconds plus an additional lap, and there has been a change. So Adriano Kumbo is in the cart on the right-hand side. Oh, that's Julian van der Kottelet in the middle. To the outside was the 821 of Theo Handax. So Adriano Kumbo running in the Gapper Racing Alonso kart. Neatly slides through on the inside of the 15th and final corner. And still, right up until the checkered, as I said, it's like the young hornet's nest has been literally been pounded and prodded and given a bit of a hit, and then it's just woken everybody else up, and they are still not. They're still arguing between themselves. This is not going to help them. Seriously, this is not going to help them at all. And at the lead of the train is, I think, Julian van der Kottelet, like saying, right, let's get some order in this place. Follow me, and then everyone else is deciding otherwise. So that was the 825 or 835 Thiago Oning going through. Well, it just goes to show that some drivers are definitely thinking of the longer game rather than the short game at the moment. Louis Bieland now up into 19th as we go on to the final lap of this race. George Desmay 1.9 seconds ahead of Didi Dadale. 3rd, Milo Cornel. Matthias Piesens now ahead of Adriana Kumbo. She's right behind him in the Alonso kart. So there you see the 3 there. Dan Van Dam at the end of that trio. So in many respects, it's going to be a case of George Desmay just really running away with it whilst everyone is battling over the scraps on the Sunday table for lunchtime. But there is the 898 of Didi Dadale. Just up ahead, George Desmay, 841 for Falcon Racing. A distinctive black, white and teal green comes through the final couple of corners. Through turn number 15, and the first win of the day, it goes to George Desmay from Falcon Racing. And he wins ahead of Didi Dadale. For Belgium Racing on the Sodi kart. P3, Cornel takes it out of Edouard Berger. Julian van der Kottelet started on pole, finishes in 4th. Thiago Oning. Good run there for the 835 for Belgium Racing again, running in the KR chassis. Takes 6th. Matthias Piesens for Fusion Motorsport Benelux Progress Racing rounds out 7th, head of Adriana Kumbo of Gepper Racing. Dorian Grandchamp doing a good job there as well. The Euro karting driver on the red speed finishes 9th, head of the 854 of Belgium Racing's Joshua Lauritsen. Dan Van Dam, Theo Handax, Manuel Laurent ran out the top 13. Maxime Von Klein and Axel Linders made significant inroads in that. 8 and 11 spaces apiece gained. Matteo Campobello, Artem Kikireshko, Louis Bieland recovers to finish 18th, head of François Collignon, who started from the back of the grid and ends up in 19th. With Bram Konings rounding at the top 20, Philippe Massal, Rosalie May Heineke, Menzo Menguel, Ron Boerma, Tim Feldman and Tom Grosjean round out the finishers by 34.2 seconds, and unfortunately the 877 of Jacques Depré would end up retiring in Sector 2 on lap 1. voici le gris de départ pour la première manche qualificative numéro 1 pour la classe mini rookie. En pole position, c'est Alain Poissonnet. De sa côté, Isaac El Laouti, le pilote français. Second row, Bruce Chirino and Maxime Smet. Louis Letowers and Raphaël Hardouin round out row 3. Arthur Jassogne and Martin Chekin Gomis rounds out row 4. Andrea Gredo and Gilles de Vela round out the top 10. I know there's going to be a lot of cheering in the chat for Moussa Berab Akbaba, who starts on the inside of row number 6 and will be joined by Lucas van der Heerde. The racing team Corbal, Milan Deloitte for WJS will be joined by Daily Bruce Ekelins on row 7. Diego Oliveira, Sid Morkins, Belle de Vries, Nathan Schreuz and Luis de Reda rounding out the 19 strong grid. The 9:03, André Grelo had a cancellation of their best lap time in the qualifying session. Lucas van der Heerde and Luis de Reda both had a drop down of 3 positions based on the front fairing being out of position. They carry the front bumper. Oh, now someone just went off circuit. Might have been, or was it? I'm not too sure who that was. It might have been Milan Deroids. A little bit further up, actually. Let's just have a look. So that would have been Moussa Bera Akbaba that went off the track there. 9:15. The drivers are getting very close towards us getting things going. Red lights are on the starting gantry ahead of 9 minutes plus an additional lap. They are instructed to slow. They've got to keep it nice and calm. Now through into turn number 15 here at Racing Kart JPR. Wonderful shots from our aerial drone as we go into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on est parti, let's go racing. So it's the run down to the first corner. Good start by the Pulse. It's Alain Poissonnet. Couple of carts going a little bit wide on the exit of turn number 1 and finding themselves a little bit hung out to drive at the top 3, starting to initially scarper into the forefront. Bruce Chirino might have made a good start as well. It looks like it was the Henze chassis of the 975 from the Netherlands that has made it up into P2. Let's just see as they're going to turn number 6. Struggling to get my corners out, corner numbers out. Yes, it looks like it is Bruce Chirino. So a good start there from the youngster, and in close proximity is Louis de Towers for DFK. As that's a change for the lead. Well, now there's going to be a repassing for the lead. Poissonnet gets back through. Chirino back onto the inside, retakes the position going out of the turn 13-14 chicane. Now through 15 they go. 0.15 separates the top 3. There's Alain Poissonnet, dives to the inside and goes through to retake the race lead. But look at the speed around the outside that Bruce Chirino has got in that 975 Henze chassis, and they're still wheel to wheel. Chirino might still put it to the outside. He's going to give it a go, but Poissonnet went to the inside line a little bit quicker, meaning that Chirino had nowhere pretty much to go on that part. Moussa Bera Akbaba up 7 spots. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. That's a great first lap from the WJS racing car, who is being, he's got Jassogne right with. But after lap number 2, Bruce Chirino leads from 3rd on the grid. N1 Poissonnet trying to carry the momentum through the outside of turn number 1 in 2nd. Unable to do so, but has got Louis Letaure's right towards his left-hand side as they go into the braking zone here into turn 3. As Arthur Jassogne gets past on Moussabera Akbaba, Isaac El Houti has dropped from 2nd to the outside of the front row and is currently running P6. With the latter having the fastest lap of the race in the pocket, 1 minute 5.793. So 5 1/4 minutes to go, and there has been, well, there's a bit of a scramble as Louis Letaure's has Arthur Jassogne closing in into turn number 1 here with 5 minutes and 28 seconds plus an additional lap, and Arthur Jassogne looks to the inside and Louis Letaure's just says, no, I'm just going to park it on the racing line, just follow my lead, let's just catch up to the 2 in front. So Bruce Chirino doing a stellar job at the sharp end of the grid as we go into turns 6 and 7, and Chirino has got N1 Poissonnet closing in rather rapidly. The gap last time around was 4.5 tenths of a second. Depending on what it is on the next intermediate, let's have a look. Well, Poissonnet did a personal best and Bruce Chirino went purple. That tells the story a little bit. As Louis Letaure's is now being hustled by Arthur Jassogne and Isaac El Houti, the French driver on the CRG, trying to close on in on the 2 in front. Three wide into turn 3, and that was a brilliant overtake by Isaac El Houti, but Arthur Jassogne manages to get back through. Reed now takes 3rd position away from Louis Letaure's, and then they've got Moussabera Akbaba and Milan de Ruyt closing in the 2 WJS racing carts. Both running the CS55 chassis. CS55 being the 2 initials and the race number of Carlos Sainz in Formula 1. And into the chicane. So, Isaac El Houti, that was a beautiful pass around the outside through the chicane on Arthur Jassogne. And Jassogne is coming under pressure now from Letaure's. They've also got the likes of de Ruyt and Akbaba right with them. So no quarter given thus far. So it is going to mean we've got 3 1/4 minutes remaining on the timer. Bruce Chirino's got to wait to the tune of about 6 tenths of a second. So here goes Milan de Ruyt on his WJS teammates, and they are going to be very, very close coming out of turn number 3. There's the battle for what is 4th on the road. Arthur Jassogne and Louis Letaure's. Letaure's has moved up the order a couple of places, but has been bumped back down to where he's qualified, as there is the move, Milan de Ruyt on Moussabera Akbaba. So some great racecraft being showed by these youngsters. N1 Poissonnet in the meantime trying to close in on Bruce Chirino for the race lead with 2 1/4 minutes plus an additional lap remaining. With the lap times these drivers are setting, we're probably looking maybe 2 to 3 laps more. But Bruce Chirino for the Henza Racing team doing an absolutely stellar job on that 9.75. Fastest lap of the race, however, is not by the driver in front. No, the driver in second, Adelon Poissonnet. 1 minute 4.874 second lap time by the 916 of Euro Karting. Through the final corner they go. Who's not to say things might get a little bit... Well, Poissonnet up the inside through at turn 3 and is through to retake the lead with 60 seconds on the timer. So by the time we complete another lap, we'll probably say could be on the cusp of next time around after this, maybe going on to the final lap. We're currently on lap number 7 as things stand. And Chirino goes to the inside of Poissonnet for turn number 11 and retakes the race lead. 2 laps remaining after this one. And Chirino doing really nice attacking, well, mounting an attack. And now it's going to be the time of Eloin Poissonnet as the Euro Karting driver is starting to close on in under the slipstream through into turn 2. Hard on the brakes very shortly into 3. Poissonnet tries to do what he can, but Chirino able to hold on and keep the wide end of that Henser Racing Team car as wide as humanly possible. So we've got about 2.1 kilometres worth of racing left in this first of 2 mini rookie heats. And the combined aggregate results will decide who our points after heats, ranking after heats lead up, will be. Okay, last lap underway. Chirino versus Poissonnet. Poissonnet switches to the outside as we go through the sweeper at turn number 1. It's going to be a tall order for Poissonnet to do something about it, but if he waits and bides his time, he might be able to get the old under over on the 975 in front of him. The corners are fast running out here in this first of 2 heats for Mini Rookie. So through the chicane, heading towards the top sweeping right-hander, and into left. You can see that there are different lines, even though it's always about. But the checkered flag waves, and it is going to be Bruce Chirino that wins ahead of Eloin Poissonnet. It was only a 10th in it at the flag. Isaac Helholty takes P3, Louis Lataros, Milan de Ruyt, Lucas van der Heerde, Moussa Bera Akbaba, Martin Chechin Gomez, just waiting for the last drivers to come across the line so we can give you most important thing for this race, which will be the finish of this race. Bruce Chirino wins by nearly, well, literally 1 thing over. El Houti, Lataros, de Ruyt, Van der Heerde, Para Abdullah, Cheshin Gomez, Poissonnet, El Houti, Lataros, de Ruyt, Van der Heerde, Para Abdullah, Checking Gomez, De Vela, Smet and Jasson ran at the top 11. Hardouin, Grillo, Elkelins and Tigre Oliveira rounds out the top 15 with Luis Terrera, Belle de Vries, Sid Morkins, and Nathan Schurz rounding out the 19 finishers, all completing the 10 laps. Within from front, so GT thrown to the mini rookie, the top of the mini rookies this side of things. So that concludes that one. So we now get underway with our next race, and we go to KA 100 145. Or is it new rookie? Sorry, just having a rookie. So it's KA 100 145 and 155 that are out on circuit. The 100cc Iame rejet engine, a more cost-effective way of bringing people into the sport. They're going to be going in for a 10 minutes plus an additional lap. So for KA 100, 145 and 155, it's going to be Leopold Ferman, Mick Blancaspor, who was separated by next to nothing on their qualifying session. Paul Hersin, Arthur Matagne, running out row 2. Felix de Decker, Thibaut Woodfart round out the top 3 rows. Pit Limpach and Maurice Stas round out the top 4 rows, ahead of Twan Kuhlmann, Anton Bathadou, who complete the top 10. Enzo Vituli, Emile Dwerings, Quentin Anoul, Jaden Grutjons, Sanaben Nasser, Nicolas Matai, Kilian Pastor, Steinboss, Rafael Parash, Yannick Schmidt and Mila Kolakovic. That is the grid. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers. Revs up and the lights are out. We're underway here in heat number 1 for KA 100, 145, and an incident. Oh, and they've all got off. Look, half the field involved and a multi-car kart pile-up. Oh, dearie, dearie me. 3 karts intertwined on the racing line, 2 intertwined exit stage left. Oh dear, that's not how you want your weekend to start off when it comes to the race itself. So there'll be yellow flags going into T1 at the moment. But it just, well, we've got one driver who is still sitting in the kart. Marshall's on the scene with the driver. As right, looks like medical assistance may be summoned here, so it's dependent on what's going to happen. Now, do we have a full right? What's going to happen here? Full course slow procedure. Full course slow procedure for the first time this weekend has been instigated, which means slow, prepare to stop. So, drivers that were involved: Yannick Schmidt, Stijn Bos, Nicolas Mathij, Senna Ben Nasser, Jaden Grutjans, Anton Bathidou. So there is one driver that is going to be attended to. So 2 marshals of the team on the circuit are with the driver as we speak. So the full course slow procedure for those that have just joined us is to neutralise the race. Everyone goes single file. And that is a bit like a double waved yellow, a full course double waved yellow, whereby, or full course yellow itself, whereby it's slow down at any point under the guidance of race direction, be prepared to stop. Now that can be dependent on the severity of the situation. So what this means is that with the yellow flags, they will keep on waving until they are stationary. And so it will be a full course yellow. This will neutralise the race, group everyone back together. So Nicolas Mathij and Stijn Bos are out of the race. So at this point, this, I feel, is going to go on for a little bit more of the race. How much time it will take out of it? Well, it may leave us with a couple of minutes of sprint racing to conclude until the checkered flag. However, the main priority here, ladies and gentlemen, is safety. So medical assistance is going out to the driver on the outskirts of turn number 1. Now, with multiple individuals at that part of the circuit, this will still be under waved yellow flags with the slow boards being shown. Just for those wondering, how do we restart the race? The flags will go stationary, and then the next time around, that will then be green flag. So the time is quickly counting down. 5 minutes and 40. Plus an additional lap still to go. Felix de Decker leads overall ahead of Paul Hassan, with Leopold Ferment rounding out the top 3. Maurice Stas leads 1:55 and 4th, ahead of Enzo Vitali from 1:45. Quentin Alul, Rafael Pahash has made up 12 places after all that drama that had transpired. From 19th, now currently in 7th as things stand. Pit Lampard and Emile Dwellings with Senna Ben Nasser rounding out the overall top 10. Mick Blankenspor, who started 2nd, is all the way down in what is 14th position. So the full course yellow is the full course slow procedure is continuing onwards. So 19 of the 21 starters are still in this. One driver, Stijn Bos from 1:55 and Nicolas Mathij from 1:45 KA 100, as I said, were out on the opening lap of this race. They have got the cart away. And driver has been pulled to safety. Now, it is a big runoff area, but obviously with the rainfall that we had yesterday may still have made the grass very wet and slippery. On slick tyres, that is a bad combination. So, 3 minutes and 53 seconds are left out of the 10 minutes. So slow boards are still out. Yellow flags at some points on the circuit are being waved, but it looks like we are going to have, right, drivers are being told to slow. Flags now stationary. Next time around, when we start lap number 6, or when we complete lap 6, we will be back under green flag racing. So Felix de Decker will lead the single file restart. They cannot overtake until they get past the start-finish straight, the start-finish line, once that green flag waves just by the gantry. Felix de Decker leads in 1:45, and Maurice Istaz in 4th place is the driver that will lead 1:55 to green. So the field very shortly will start gathering themselves up. Felix de Decker is now going to have to time this restart perfectly, because we're going to have just over about, I would say, a minute 45, a minute 30 to go. So green flag is prepared and ready to wave the minute the drivers start accelerating out of the final corner. Just under 2 minutes plus an additional lap to go in KA 100, 145 and 155. Green flag waves, we accelerate, and well, straight away Felix de Decker bunched up the field. We've already had a staller at the far part of the circuit, but Felix de Decker, not too sure. He looked behind him and then everyone else started to scramble and they all got confused. This means that some drivers will take full advantage of that. Mick Blankensport trying to fight his way a little bit further up the order. He's now up to 9th. Kylian Pastor dropped to 15th. Senna Ben Nassar dropped to 11th. Javier Pajas down to 8th. Felix de Decker leading from Enzo Vituli. Leopold Fermin. Quentin Anoul got past on Maurice Istaz, as I think that was... it might have been, I'm just seeing, is that Mick Blankensport firing it over the curbing? Now there's a couple of drivers that are running in very brightly liveried karts, but not necessarily maybe a comp kart. Looks like Enzo Vituli running on the Pantano chassis, the brand from Giorgio Pantano, ex-Formula 1 driver. But there could be a change here up to 2nd. And that might have been Leopold Fermin. And there is Mick Blankensport also going through on Vituli. So change for 2nd, change for 3rd, as we pretty much might be on our penultimate lap of this race. Paul Hassan out, Thibaut Wolfer out, I'm afraid. So we're down to 17 runners and riders. Rounded out by Luxembourg's Mika Kolokovic. As there is the move for 2nd. And that is Mick Blankensport through. That would have been on Leopold Fermin, I believe. So timer has expired. Next time around, one more lap to go. So final lap underway. Mick Blankensport, new fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute, a 60.397 second lap time, and he's gunning for Felix de Decker. And through into turn 3, Blankensport takes the title line on the apex, and he's going to try and look to make the move. He's going to go through up the inside at turn 5. Blankensport back down to the mid-pack, now back to the front with just a handful of corners remaining. Through turn 7. Now into the right-hand hairpin at 8 that will lead them onto the chicane through 9 and 10. Bumping over the curbs, then through into 11 and 12. So Mick Blankensport already carrying away into the distance, and well, It's going to be Leopold Ferman through on Felix de Decker. But Mick Blankenswaard, despite the dramas in the early stages of this race, mainly being part of a full course yellow, he comes out of the final corner. Blankenswaard wins heat 1. Second de Decker. Third Ferman. Vituli fourth. Istas wins 155. As the rest of the field hurtles across the line to check the checkered flag. 17 runners and riders in all. So, Nicolas Martin, Stein Boss, we lost on the opening lap through a multi-cart incident which saw carts scatter all over the shop. Thibaut Wolfau and Paul Hassan retiring on lap 6. But Mick Blankenswaard wins in 1:45 by 1.5 seconds ahead of Felix de Decker. Leopold Ferman and Enzo Vituli ran at the top 4 in 1:45. Maurice Istas takes 5th and takes 1:55 victory ahead of Anton Batidou. Quentin Anoul, Pit Lampard, Arthur Matagne and Twan Kurman rounding at the top 10. Emile Dwennings, Jaden Grutjens, Senna Ben-Nassar, Rafael Pahash, Kilian Pastor, Mila Korokovic and Yannick Schmidt rounds out the 17 runners riders that finished that very dramatic opening heat for KA 100. Right, okay. We go to our next race, and it is going to be X30 Master Senior Cup. And gentlemen, here's your starting grid for Heats 1. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Sky Deforny will start on pole position. Mathieu Delboeuf will line up alongside as the leading Masters driver on the outside of the front row. Row 2, François-Xavier Venet, joined by Leon Leinsveld. Row 3, Bjorn Verham and Sebastian Bielon making it an all-Masters. Row number 3, an all-Senior Cup. Row 4 with Anthony Moonen and Maxime van Schoenwinkel. Noah Mengal joined by Jim Ringelberg. Senior Cup and a Master, completing the top 10. Delano Deckers, Vincenzo Schilacci, Olivier Fay, Hubert Bautier, Noah Hubert, Stevie Pagano, Jasper Leiners, Jan van Asch, Jan Verheel, Gaspar Delbar, Nicolas Chappelle, Michael Honnet, and Livia Sampson. Unfortunately, she was disqualified post-qualifying. Decision made by the stewards. And non-conforming chain guard was the reason. So there is still quite a few races left to run here at Racing Park JPR here in Ostricourt in France. So, revs up, lights on, lights out. We're underway in heat number 1, and it's a good run by the front row, neck and neck. As they go through into turn 1, Delboeuf has to back out of it, but he's going to lose at least one position. That's going to be Leon Leinsveld up into P2. And that's the 404! Oh, Sebastian Bielon gets turned around and then gets hit secondarily. And I think that was Jasper Leiners that might have gotten caught out in the crossfire there. I'm keeping an eye on the live stream. So, oh well, the thing was, it was Leiners trying to do avoiding action. So the kart went completely sideways. Let's just put it this way. So Bielon gets turned around by the kart behind, and Leiners tries to turn right. Back end steps out, clobbers into the right rear of Bielon, and the pair are both out on the spot. Lap 1, turn 3. So at the moment, Sky Deforny leading the way. Leon Leinsveld now closing in and is looking for a possibility of a move. Going to get the inside line here for turn number 3. Leinsveld now hits the front, but François-Xavier Venet is right with them, along with Maxime van Schoenwinkel. And it's going to be Bjorn Verham versus Jim Ringelberg. Ringelberg's already through. He's up to P5. Now, there could be a change here. François-Xavier Venet trying to get, I think it might have been Maxime van Schoenwinkel that might have just got through on François-Xavier Venet. Jim Ringelberg is all over the 4 of them like a bit of a bad rash on a Sunday afternoon. Or maybe hitting too many stinging nettles when you've had a few too many drinks. Never mind, but Jim Ringelberg is not one to fade away from any kind of challenge. It doesn't matter whether they're a gentleman driver, a Senior Cup driver. Ringelberg will give it everything. Mathieu Delboeuf, who's now in 12th position, change for 2nd. So, well, make that change for 3rd. Venet and Ringelberg, 2nd and 3rd now. Now they can go hunting after Leon Leinsveld. It's like, yeah, okay, let's just get done with these small flies here and move on into the distance, and that's exactly what they have done. Oh, and we've also got a Senior Cup driver that has just not gone through sector 2 yet. Well, Noah Mengal. Oh, that's a shame. Noah Mengal is out of the race. He's not gone past the timing beam. Well, he's gone past the timing beam, but hasn't gone past sector number 1's timing beam to be broken. And now Ringelberg all over the back of François-Xavier Venet. And he gets through for second position. Unfortunately for Sébastien Bieland, you can only watch from the sidelines. Meantime, oh, someone taking a little bit of, being a bit grass happy going through out of turn number 4. Once again, Ringelberg just showing that you put him in a cart, you put a wheel in front of him, attach 4 wheels, 1 to each corner, give it an engine, give it a throttle pedal, give it a brake pedal. He'll go out there and he'll be happier than a pig in muck. But battle behind them, Maxim van Schoenwinkel battling away with Delano Dekkers. That's the battle for 4th overall, but more to the point, 3rd in Senior Cup. So this could be the opportunity that Delano Dekkers has been waiting for. Looks up the inside, neatly goes through on the 633 at turn 3. Van Schoenwinkel, a privateer. The only privateer listed on the list that I see in front of me. As you can see, some wonderful shots being captured by our aerial drone. It's really giving a true idea of how fast the world of karting really is when you are literally millimetres, your backside is millimetres and literally off the ground when you're hunkered down into the tillet seat. Change a little bit further back towards the bottom part of the top 10 going through turn number 11. Well, turn 12 actually. And through the 15th and final corner, go a couple of the other drivers. So Delano Dekkers now up 7 spots from 11th on the grid up to P4. Hubert Boutier, the gentleman driver, now up 4 spots into 10th. However, the chase started a few moments ago because Jim Ringelberg is right on the pace. Just put in the fastest lap of the race by best part of nearly 3/10 of a second over Liam Leinsveld. Jim Ringelberg P2, François-Xavier Venet, Delano Dekkers, Maxim van Schoenwinkel. It's 2 by 2, side by side hurrah, going through turn number 12 just a second, turn 12 a second ago as these 3 coming through. And behind Maxim van Schoenwinkel, that's looking to be Vincenzo Schilacci on the TB Kart with the Rave Racing team, running with the full resplendent high-vis green and white, the TB Kart brand. Just wonderful to see how close we can, thanks to our camera team provided by the live stream team provided by Cam Company GmbH. Big thank you to Mike Wagner and his crew as well. We're also providing live timing, race control, and a few of the members behind the scenes. Got some good overtaking happening over the last few moments. We're coming down into the final 3 minutes of this race, plus an additional lap. And so, yeah, Noah Mengal, Sébastien Bieland, Jasper Lane, it's all unfortunately out of proceedings here. But, well, there's the 661. That's Olivier Fair battling on the way with the likes of Bjorn Verham, Anthony Moonen, Hubert Boutier, Sky De Forney, who's dropped from pole position all the way down to all down to 12th place. But look, these four drivers very, very much interlocked into battle, nearly intertwined by wheels. Oh dear, someone's just had a moment coming out of the chicane and just kept the throttle pin. Sometimes you just got to you just got to lick the stamp and send it, and that's very much the case when you've got a driver that just goes completely wide. Mathieu Delboeuf past Vincenzo Schilacci. Bjorn Verham rounds out the overall top 10. So leading overall is Leon Leinsveld. Masters, Jim Ringelberg. Gentleman, Hubert Bautier started 14th, now 9th. As it really is getting close between this quartet. Now they've got into a pack of two packs of two, and there's a pack of three just behind them. This is how close the racing can get. You're literally millimetres behind your opponent. Your backside is millimetres off the ground. You're exposed to the elements. It's great to see these drivers go absolutely full guns blazing. So there is Bjorn Verham ahead of Olivier Fick, Hubert Bautier and Anthony Noonan just ahead of them. So just coming up to the last couple of moments, and Jim Ringelberg has finally reeled in Leon Leinsveld, not just for winning Masters but winning the race itself. Ringelberg, a shrewd tactician, but also knows when to release that controlled, ruthless aggression and decide, well, I'm going to fire it up the inside and let's see what you're going to do about it and how you respond, and I'll take according action. Looks like it could be when we start the penultimate lap of this race. We're on lap number 10. So let's do a scheduled 12 laps. As Leinsveld leads Ringelberg through. François-Xavier Vinet rounds out the top three. Fourth, Delano Deckers. Fifth, Mathieu Delboeuf as Maxime Van Schoenwinkel battling away Vincenzo Schilacci. Well, Ringelberg's just biding his time. Timer has now expired. So they're going to go through into 6 and 7. I think probably if he can get through at the hairpin at turn 12 at the top right-hand corner of the circuit, it may very much be nigh on job done. But Leinsveld knows how Ringelberg thinks. Of course, this is not the first time they've encountered each other. They have also raced in the same pack back at Marienburg on the weekend of the 11th to the 13th. Just to give an indication of how close Ringelberg is to Leon Leinsveld. 1 lap to go. Gap is only just under 2/10. Into turn 1 for the final time. Ringelberg could get a little bit of slipstream here, but he'll be in the dirty air behind Leinsveld. And up the inside goes Ringelberg. Through he goes. And that is the race lead, but Leinsveld fighting back. And Ringelberg instantly points to the right-hand side of his helmet as if to say to Leon Leinsveld, come on, just think. Don't make any sudden knee-jerk reactions. But it is going to be Jim Ringelberg that takes the win by just under a quarter of a second from Leon Leinsveld. François-Xavier Vinet takes P3. Mathieu Delboeuf takes 4th, having been tumbled down the order to around about mid-pack and made it through to finish P4. Second in Masters, Delano Deckers finishes 5th, up 6 positions ahead of Vincenzo Schilacci, who runs the top 3 out in Masters. Maxime Van Schoenwinkel 7th, ahead of Bjorn Verham from Masters in 8th. Oh, and there is the 677 of Sky de Forny. Oh, it's been a difficult one for the TD Racing Kart driver, classified 15th. Behind the likes of Anthony Moonen, Olivier Fay, who rounded out the top 10. Jan Verheul, Sylvain Paganard, Hubert Vautier, Gaspard Delbar. De Forney classified 15th. Nicolas Chapelle, Noor Hubel, Jan van Asch. Olivia Sampson made it to 19th at the flag ahead of Michael Hornet, who rounds out the 20 finishers. Lap 3, we lost Noah Bengal, and lap 0 due to a chain reaction style accident. Sebastian Bieland gets spun around and unfortunately gets collected by a out of control Jasper Leinitz through no fault of his own. It was just 2 random incidents and the pair came together. But Ringelberg wins overall, Linesveld Senior Cup, and with Hubert Vautier in gentlemen. Now we go back to Mini, and it is time for Group, well, it's Heat 2, and it's A versus C. Starting from pole position will be Milan Beku. Georges Desmay will be alongside in the Falcon number 841 on row number 2. And then row 3, Lewis Boots, and once again it will be Adriano Kumbo alongside. Denver Boz and Louis Bieland on row number 3. Marcus Engenazen and Dorian Grandjean round out the top 8, ahead of Sam Sanslik. Thierry Totale, Louis Patenot, Lenzo Menguel, Tom Danes and Thiago Onik with Luc Clé, Philippe Messard, Toby Tarra, Matteo Campobello, Luterio Fernandez, Rosalind May Heineke, Thiago Hollebeek, Maxime Van Krijn, Luca Pereira, Tom Grosjean, Martin Rodriguez, Axel Linders and Amin Pantoli. So drivers now going on to their official formation lap. Looks like also that Martin Rodriguez may be starting from the dummy grid. So, revs up, lights on. On est parti, it's time to go racing once again. As Milan Beku leads the way into turn number 1, followed by Georges Desmay. Louis Boots in P3. Denver Vos, the Flying Dutchman from WJS Racing, gets through on Adriano Kumbo, who drops to 5th place. All bit of loading up there. Someone's been turned around until someone spun around to avoid. That was the 866 that spun around Axel Linders. Oh my goodness me, it's, you know, there's been times when drivers have been caught out, and it can also show that sometimes when a driver is inadvertently spun out, you as the driver have got to make that split-second decision whether you are going to make sure that you're going to make it, or if not, how do you exercise damage limitation thereof? That is the big question that sometimes does need to be answered. It's never easy. Martin Rodriguez has not made it out. So a real shame there for the Portuguese driver. One of 2 Portuguese drivers here this weekend. Rodriguez running with VDK Racing. Meantime, Milan Beku has got 3 drivers on his case, 1 up the inside. That is Georges Desmay. Lewis Boots also trying to get through, and here comes Denver Boz from WJS Racing. A little bit of flexion in that, a little bit of flexing in that rear bumper, which is quite unusual. Now, that indicates to me that it might be slightly loose, not 100% sure. However, that depends on, you know, sometimes things are not always as they appear. Yeah, no, I can see that there is some movement in that. But Heat 1 earlier on today, won by Georges Desmay, who could be looking to try and get 2 from 2, but that might be difficult with the drivers behind, because he's got Lewis Boots and you know, Beku who started on pole position. Now each of the mini drivers will take part in 2 of the 3 heats, and of course then we have the top 36 final. we only have 41 drivers, so 6 drivers that don't make the cut will not make it through. But in the meantime, George Desmarais just holding on for dear life at the moment with 6 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap remaining on the clock. Denmark's Marcus Engenhazen, sorry, not Denmark, Norway's Marcus Engenhazen, my apologies there, in the 805 is moving forward and has moved up 2 spots, now currently running P5. So if the quartet up front, no, it's not now because it looks like Sem Sazlek has got through, which has just been confirmed by the live timing. The MCK racing driver from Belgium on the Tony Kart has moved up 1 position. So now, okay, drivers on the move. Welcome back, Amine Pantoli. 11 places gained by the youngster from France. Pantoli qualified down in 40th overall. He's made up 11 positions from last on the grid. So Amine Pantoli showed that he was a championship contender last year alongside the likes of Denver Boz. And both of them have moved up to Mini this year. And also a couple of other drivers. Toby Terhar was one of them in Mini Rookie last year. So there's been quite a few changes on the field, so to speak. But George Desmarais leads by 65 thousandths. Lewis Boots might be thinking of a move here. What about Milan Beku in 3rd? Denver Boz being strategic here, holding back a length or 2 and not having to worry at the moment how things might transpire. Into turn 6. Look at that, just right in the wheel tracks, just staying there, not making any sudden movements or, you know, turning suddenly to the right, turning suddenly to the left, or accelerating even more than you can at the moment in time, which sometimes is not always always seem to work the way that you want it. But 26 runners and riders still here on this circuit. 3 minutes and 35 plus an additional lap to go. George Desmarais still holding on by a fraction. Denver Boz, Flying Dutchman, sets a new fastest lap. 1:04.035 for the 887 with WJS Racing. So it's Falcon leading 1-2. Lewis Boots deciding, well, I don't want to be stuck behind George all the time because I want to get through and lead. But it's not easy to lead at this circuit. And sometimes, you know, with the rhythm of the circuit itself, it can also throw your rhythm off kilter. And sometimes that can mean that you're not always, you might think you've got confidence, but it might be a bit, might not be there as much as you think it is. So 2 3/4 minutes remaining on the timer, plus an additional lap. You could probably throw an A5 sheets of paper over these 4, and they still would stay underneath it, just to keep as they are. Look at that line astern. I haven't seen 4 karts like that so close to the front end of the field for yonks. 0.29 seconds covering the top 4. Beku up the inside, and through he goes for P2. So Milan Beku for Eichmann's Grand Prix gets the job done. But that's 1 step forward. Now there's another step that needs to be taken, and that is occupied by the 841 of Georges Desmarais. And they are through into the chicane now. And Beku has got to find a little bit of waft from that engine on the side of that Eichmann's Grand Prix kart. However, Lewis Boots is going to lose out to Denver Boz from WJS Racing. Wonderful to see him this morning, and I said, I shouted at him when he was on his scooter, hey, it's the Flying Dutchman. He came over and he said, how are you? Last, it's funny how a year can change things. You get to meet young drivers like that, and they've got these wonderful personalities that they bring with them. So, Desmay, Becu, Boz, line astern. Difficult to call how this one's going to play out, but at the moment, well, Heat 1, Goldschmidt, Desmay. If he wins this, and Milan Becu does not win this and goes into the third mini heat and wins it, well, he'll be on the outside of the front row. So the drivers are making their way down towards the start-finish line as we will commence our penultimate lap of this race. And 0.7 separates the... Okay, right, the top three have dropped. Lewis Boots like a bad habit at the moment and are covered by 2.5 tenths of a second. Sem Saslik and now Denver Boz going for an opportunity through onto Milan Becu. That's easier said than done by the 887 from WJS Racing. Now halfway through the field is Amin Pantoli. So good work by the youngster from this very nation, of course. Milan Becu for the lead, gets through. Denver Boz swings it high and wide to the outside and can't. The final lap is underway. Ismay looking for a second win, but Becu, who's now got back into the race lead, might be thinking other things. If I can push him back into the person behind me, that gives me more chance to attack this person in front. Yeah, coming down to the final few corners, it is going to be tight. Through the chicane, another change for P3. So I think Lewis Boots got through. But Milan Becu, once again, unfazed at this particular moment in time. There's the 899 from Eichmann's Grand Prix Racing Team. And now the final corner. And it is going to be Milan Becu that takes the win. Denver Boz P2. George Desmay, that's a first and a third. And then we'll have to see what happens with Milan Becu a little bit later on. Marcus Engen-Arzen up into fifth. Ahead of Sam Saslik, Didi Didale, Tom Dummers, Louis Patenot, Donald Grandjean. That's your top 10 completed. Enzo Menguel, Adriano Cumbo, Amin Pantoli up from 27th to 13th place, so well done. Maxime Von Kren, Philippe Massard, Luc Lay, Vitalio Fernandez, Toby Tehar, Rosalind May Heineke, Luca. So we've got Louis Wieland, Matteo Campovello, Thiago Horrelbeek, Luca Pereira, Axel Leaders and Tom Grosjean running at the 25th and finished. Lap number 7, we lost Thiago Onik, and on lap 1 we lost Martin Rodriguez.
Alors, information pour le paddock, information pour le paddock. Il vient chez moi, il dit que vous avez vu, vous impérativement une partie Benelux. La première écurie Benelux est le AA 236. La deuxième écurie est Goldschmidt, le 196. Numéro gardien Italie, fait le passage dans le parking. Le Iame Baptiste, le VUW27. Comptabilisez immédiatement. Merci.
Het is elke keer met een brief moet gezegd van knap, 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 knap. Je moet de vlaggen toch kennen. Dat is toch mensen waar je moet kennen als je
Ik begin het soms meer en meer vragen bij te stellen.
Ja.
Ik zeg het, ik was op het laatst was ik al penride. Ik kampioenschap van Ben. Dat ben ik al alles regelen. De 12 minuten rijdt Benelux Senior. Na 4 minuten gewoon afgelopen. Dit is de eindstand. Ik heb het nog eerst gestopt op dat punt. Moet je toestemmen, nog wat. Dan kan wachten. Heel weinig. En die stonden al, ik zo. Kijk, die kleine mannen, die weten geen, daar hebben ze al waarschijnlijk niet geen ergens gehad. Hoi. Hoi, hoi. Ik heb geen app gedownload, maar dan gaat het stappen op toe. Nee, dat is echt, nee, wacht maar. En zijn vriendin Bert, Dennis en Daniel.
Kaasel.
Nou, hoe?
Of een tikje in jouw vlag.
Prospering. Ik kom in plaats van dit pakje. Ja, papa.
C'est là si dat ik heb nu gewoon.
Right, okay, let's take you through the starting grid for Mini Rookie Heat 2. Eloin Poissonnet starts from pole position and will be joined on the front row once again by Automax Racing's Isaac El Houti. Bruce Chirino, the Heat 1 winner, will start from the inside of row number 2 and joined by Maxime Smet on that row from Fusion Motorsport Benelux Progress Racing. Louis Letars and Javier Hardouin round out row 3. Arthur Jassogne and Martin Chekin Gomis rounds out row 4. André Credo and Gilles de Vela round out the top 10. Muzabera Akbaba round out starts on the inside of row number 6 ahead of Lucas van der Heerde. Milan de Ruyt, Daley Bruce Herculines and Thiago Oliveira round out your top 15 with Sib Morkens, Pelle de Vries, Nathan Schreers and Luis de Ridder rounding out the grid on this particular race. So once again, it will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. So Bruce Chirino, if he finishes, looking at the qualifying side of things, Bruce Chirino, if he finishes second in this race and Alain Poissonnet wins, then Poissonnet will be on pole for the final based on his qualifying results. Mainly because of the fact that it's 0 points for a win, 2 for second place, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth in the heat stages. And then obviously it's 80 points that goes towards the championship tally after the ranking of the heats if you are top of the table. So it'll be very dependent on how things transpire on that particular side of things. Oh, and good to see Rosalind May Heineke's grandma watching over in the United States is back with us. Good to have you along for the ride once again. So, qualifying heat 2, mini rookie, lights are on. On est parti, let's go. Right, 3 wide, 4 wide, all into turn 1. And a pinch and a turnaround and 2 karts, one into the side of another. And that has not gone well. Once again, turn 1 strikes, and that is the 940, I believe. Raphael Hardouin and I think maybe Otto Jasson might have been involved. So the 940 is going to be out of the kart, I'm afraid. That's the KHUB Ahas karting on the Lando Norris chassis. Marshall escorting the driver away and pulling the kart to safety, but the driver walking away under their own power, which is always good to see. A couple of drivers in the previous race did get some 5-second time penalties. Louis Lettau's got a 5-second time penalty for push to pass. Then we had 944 Erkelins, 911 Oliveira, and 906, which was Morkens, that all got a front fairing penalty. 5 seconds added to their time, as that is going to be a change there for third place. So that was one of the WJS racing drivers. I think that might have been Milan de Ruyt, possibly. So with 7 minutes to go plus an additional lap, Bruce Chirino is at the front end of the field. He's pulled away from, well, it's Alain Poissonnet. It looks like these two are going to be dueling over the top spot. So Apple Jassogne, Raphael Hardouin look to be out of the race. And that is going to bring us down to 17 runners and riders here. But the battle for third and fourth, Milan de Ruyt up 10 places. Oh, well, he's following in the footsteps of Denver Balls, that's for sure. Milan de Ruyt, a small, like they say, small in stature, big in heart. He's got a great little personality. but also a very hard charger out here on track. Up the inside, that is the change for fourth. Checking gummies through on Maxime Smet. So the 980 from Fusion Motorsport Benelux Progress Racing loses another spot. And is being chased down by Automax Racing's youngster from France in the CRG, Isaac El Haouti. He rounds out P6. Lucas van der Heerde through on André Grelo. Gilles de Vela through on Musabera Akbaba. Meantime, battle for the race lead. Chirino versus Poissonnet. Poissonnet last time round was the fastest driver out of everybody on the circuit. 1 minute 5.132 into turn 6. Now, that was impressive from that Henzer Kart in the hands of Chirino. Like literally, he turned it turned on a sixpence. Like that had some really sharp turning. But it was like instant reaction. It's still not out of the woods yet for these two. They are still battling line astern. Lap 4 is complete, on to lap 5. 1.5 tenths. Milan de Ruyt, 3.6 seconds back in third. And well, Nathan Schroers looks to be the latest driver to end up retiring from the race. But Chirino still doing a stellar job at the moment. He's really keeping Poissonnet at bay, keeping the rear end of that Henzer Racing Team chassis. Ken just like, I'm so impressed, like literally, go with the bump, turn. Like literally, okay, there's the bump, there's my cue. Bang, like enough steering angle just to allow the kart to pull over to the left-hand side. But Poissonnet through up at turn 12, now retakes the race lead. But sometimes it's always better off if you're the kart doing the chasing. Now going down the start-finish straight. Chirino to the inside, and that's going to be a textbook manoeuvre. Coming out of the final corner, slingshot past, nice and easy, especially when it's a corner like that. When we have, say, when we've got coming up at Karting Genk on the 25th to the 25th to the 27th of July, that turn 1, let's just say that Bruce Chirino's not going to be able to do it to that degree of angle, let's say. Once again, the lead will change. So Poissonnet through on Chirino, as I said. Poissonnet started from pole position. That's where he qualified. Chirino, if he'd qualified on pole, and Poissonnet would have been on the outside, then yes, it would have been the fact that it would be more in the favour of the driver in second position. But they are starting to pull away. Milan de Ruyt still doing a really, really good job as the youngster in the 904 for WJS Racing, running on the CS55 branded chassis. Oh, Chirino trying to go brave around the outside. Oh, no, no, no. I'm sorry, that was never going to work. Trying to plant it on the outside of turn 5. And I think there might have been a little bit of a rubber sidewalls, and it caught Chirino out, scared him, and he just went, oh, lift off the throttle. But it's an instinctive reaction. That's what I would have done. And when you're that close, what it could have done is maybe you've just decided, discretion being the better part of valor, look to pull to the inside rather than throwing the Hail Mary, the Slim Shady round the outside, because that was very, very close indeed. However, the battle for P3 still very much at its intensity, with Milan de Ruyt still ahead. Isaac El Haouti now rounds out the top 4 ahead of Lucas van der Heerde. Martin Cekin Gomis battling away with Maxime Smet. As we saw Louis Letars and Gilles de Vela rounding out What is the top 10? Oh dear, 980. Maxime Smet has just lost the back end, going through into turn number 3. We're coming to the last few moments of this race. And there are battles up and down the order. Isaac Elholti closing in on Milan de Ruyt in that very brightly coloured race helmet. So next time around we will go on to the penultimate lap of the race, which they are doing now. So Eloin Poissonnet is going to be on provisional pole for Mini Rookie, the way things are going. But you have to give Bruce Chirino credit where credit is due. Kept with Poissonnet for as long as he could until Poissonnet decided to bolt off into the distance. That's exactly what has happened. But still, oh, running wide. Oh dear. Poor old Milan de Ruyt. Okay, 9:03 has just been given a. Oh, André Grelo has just been given a 5-second time penalty for being in the wrong starting position. A shame there, but we are going to be on to our final lap very, very shortly. Eloin Poissonnet is leading proceedings, and both he and Bruce Chirino go on to the final lap of this race. So Chirino won Heat 1. Poissonnet is only 2.5 tenths of a second ahead, and here comes Bruce Chirino up the inside, under braking, turns it in, nice and neat. Poissonnet looks to the over-under here through at turn number 4. He dives to the inside. So on the racing line behind Chirino. Chirino keeps that pinned through turn 6 and turn 7. Now we've just got the chicane, the top part of the top right-hand corner of the circuit to go. And it's about how Chirino carries himself. But the way things are going, it is going to go the way of Henze Racing Team's Bruce Chirino. The number 975 from the Netherlands takes the win, and provisionally with that books himself on pole position. Eloin Poissonnet will be alongside him on the front row, so the roles will be slightly reversed in the fact that Chirino started behind Poissonnet, let's forget. And now Chirino is going to start up on the inside. Isaac Elholti, solid result there for the Automax Racing driver on the CRG, representing France. Lucas van der Heerde, Martin Cekin Gomez, Milan de Ruyt ending up 6th after at one point being P3. So great run there for the youngster from the Netherlands for WJS. Louis Ledou's Gilles de Vela rounding out the top 8. Maxime Smet and André Grelo. Grelo, I'm not too sure if that penalty's been applied, but if that does, that's going to tumble into a person to 13. If that penalty has not yet been applied. We then had Deli Bruce Circlins, Musa Pera Abdubaba, Luis Terrera, Pele de Vries, Diego Oliveira, and Sid Morkins rounding out the drivers that finished the race. Nathan Schreurs out on lap 3. Raphael Haldouin and Arthur Jasson did not even make it to the end of that. But Bruce Chirino provisionally books himself on the Mini Rookie final as our pole sitter. Okay, we head back to KA 100, heat number 2. Now, obviously, the majority of that race was, well, the news flash from it was there was a big incident through T1. We had a multi-minute, well, for the majority of the race, we had a full course slow procedure. So, Leopold Ferman and Mick Blankerspoor will start on the front row of the grid, ahead of Paul Hersan and Arthur Matagne. Felix de Decker and TBO Wolfeld will be rounding out row 3. Head of Pit Limbach from Luxembourg and Maurice Stas, who leads the way in 1:55. Twan Kurman, Anton Bathidou, Enzo Vituli, Emile Dwerings, Quentin Anoul. Then we've got Jaden Grutians, Sana Ben Nasser, Nicolas Matai, Kilian Pastor, Stein Boss, Rafael Parash, Yannick Schmidt, and Mika Kolakovic. Now, 7 drivers. Well, actually, one driver got hit twice for a penalty for overtaking under the full course yellow. That was the 7:07 of Sana Ben Nasser, who got a total of 15 seconds worth of time penalties. 5-4-1 overtaking under yellow flag, a second overtaking under yellow flag incursion, and a front fairing penalty. Twan Kurman in the 738 got a front fairing penalty and a yellow flag overtaking penalty as well. The other drivers, 7:03. So we've got no Sana Ben Nasser, no Nicolas Matin, no Kilian Pastor that are going to be starting on the traditional grid. So number 7:03, Yannick Schmidt. Number 738, Twan Kurman. Number 714, Mick Blankerspoor. Number 706. Got one, which was Quentin Anoul. 799, Enzo Vituli, and 707, which was one of the 3 5-second time penalties that Sana Ben Nasser actually got as a result. 748, Paul Hassan got a 5-second time penalty for push to pass. So looks like we're going to have 18 drivers taking us to the start. It is Fermin and Blankerspoor in the front row of the grid. Can we get through turn 1 cleanly this time? Revs up, lights out, we're underway. Blankerspoor hangs back a little bit as they go through into turn 1. This time a little bit more measured, and they're fanning out at the back end of the field. Sana Ben Nasser, Kilian Pastor have both come out. Looks like Nicolas Matai is all. We've had someone get caught up in the crossfire at turn 3. Could have been Kolakovic. Looked like a CLG livery to me, to be completely honest with you, as they fire their way into turn 6 and 7 for the opening tour on this 10-minute plus an additional lap adventure. Every single time they go racing, it is an adventure into the unknown. So it's just about grin and bear it, just roll with the punches and see how things pan out. So 9 minutes plus an additional lap remaining. We are coming towards the conclusion of the opening tour. We only completed 9 laps last time out, obviously with that full course slow procedure. The only one that we've had this weekend. We have had a red flag, but that was heat 13 Senior X30 yesterday, when they were being sent around for another formation lap and all hell broke loose at the back end of the field. So Mick Blankerspoor is in the race lead and is 9 tenths ahead of Leopold Fermin, who's got Paul Hersan right behind for close company. So 7.33 versus 7.48. Felix de Decker rounds out the top 4. Twan Kurman now leading 1.55 and is running 5th overall, just behind Felix de Decker. So just because a driver might have an additional 10 kilos total weight, including kart and driver on them, does not necessarily mean the fact that they are going to be very slow. It means that they could be a little bit more advantageous with having a better contact patch. It can sometimes happen that way. But Paul Hersan closing in on Leopold Fermin for second position. Mick Blancaspor now 1.137 seconds up the road after the opening 2 laps. Second and third come through out of turn number 7. And then they're going to head on through in towards turn number 8, 9, and 10. Oh, we've had another driver go off. And that was Enzo Vituli. The number 799 has come a cropper. At sector number 2, Anton Bathidou has put in a lap time 3/1000 slower than Mick Blancaspor, and Bathidou is all the way down in 7th position. As I said, just there are times when you've got to pick your moments, and whatever happened to Enzo Vituli, that was definitely not one of the moments they would have wanted. Nicola Mattei was actually declared as a non-starter as the timing has adjusted to reflect that. Good to see Helena Blancaspor going, go Mick, go. Great to see the interaction. A big thank you to everyone that's been tuning into the coverage over the course of the weekend. Just to let you all know, there is a playlist online on the Iame Series Benelux YouTube channel with all the races. We record them live as they happen. They're uploaded as part of the playlist, and you can check them out any single time you want, wherever you are in the world, no matter day or night, absolutely free. That's what we need to, that's what we like to do with regards to helping to promote this wonderful sport that we're also passionate and enthusiastic about. 5-second time penalty going the way of 7-3, I think it might be 7-3-8, might be Twan Kurman, not sure. Yes, 7-3-8, 5-second push to pass. Twan Kurman in 1:55, and at the moment, Twan Kurman, that would put him behind Maurice Istas. Now, it was Jaden Grutians that actually won, I think, was it? No, Maurice Istas won 1:55 and was P3 in the previous heat. A lot more composed in this race for our drivers, so that is helping everybody out to try and get to the checkered flag without any moments or dramas thereof. However, change, and that is Maurice Istas going through on Thibaut Wolfau. And makes the move complete by keeping the inside line for turn number 4. Good move there from the 753 for PJM running on the Cosmic chassis. And Istas is trying to pull away now, trying to go after the trying to chase him down and see if he can make some inroads. So Twan Kurman on the road is leading the way, but Maurice Istas becomes the de facto leader. Kylian Pastor is out. 7.65 from Belgium for DGM Racing, running on the Charles Leclerc. Three minutes and 30 plus an additional lap still remains. So Maurice Istas will be, will try and close in on Pit Limpach from Luxembourg. However, the Luxembourger on the 712, the PKM Racing on the Birolot, is a little bit further up the road. Mick Blancaspor at the moment has a lead of 3.3 seconds after 7 laps, and he's gone in with an absolute howitzer of a fastest lap. 58.752. That was pretty much the best pass of 6.5 tenths of a second quicker than Leopold Vermen. Felix de Decker, who was declared the opening heat winner, rounds out the top 5. There's Firmin, followed by Hersin. Anton Bathedou, in the meantime, for OKS on the CRG, is now up to 4th position and is taking lumps out of Hersin and Firmin's lap times by the best part of over 0.3 of a second as things stand. So good work there. Wind is starting to pick up here at the circuit. The clouds looking a little bit greyer up above. The wind is still to the south, 22 kilometers an hour. 51% humidity, 14 degrees air temperature, but it is colder than that because of this blustery wind that is coming across the circuit. And there is going to be a change. Now, Toine Kurman and Maurice Istaz are battling away. And this is for the 155 class lead. So Maurice Istaz actually finished first in 155 on the last heat. Toine Kurman, however, finished 4th. So even if Toine Kurman was to get ahead of Maurice Istaz, Maurice Istaz would have to be passed by Quentin Hanoul and then Jaden Grutians for Toine Kurman to get through. But of course, Toine Kurman doesn't have a say in the matter because he's got that 5-second penalty for a push to pass hanging over his head at the moment. So the minute that happens and the race is then completed, then that penalty will be added post-haste. Toine Kurman, that would put him 12th as things stand. Just over 30 seconds remaining on the clock here for KA100. We've got Masters Senior Cup and Gentlemen after this, and then we go into the we're going to be going into, after this one, the final heats for Mini itself, and then after that we should have the final intermediate classic, or the ranking after heats for Mini Rookie, well Mini KA100, and then maybe by that time we'll have the Masters, but Mini Rookie, the final will be up at 16:35 local time. KA100, their final at 5 p.m, 5:25 for X30 Masters Senior Cup and Gentlemen, and then the top 36 will battle it out for a maximum score of 80 points in the final for Mini, which will conclude the on-track action before we then say au revoir Ostricourt, à la prochaine later on today. And we look forward to the next time we get the opportunity to come back to this wonderful location. Last lap underway. Mick Blancaswar at the moment is flying. But the way things are now, like having a look at this, Leopold Ferman at the moment is in 2nd position, and having finished P2 in the previous heat, that would put the 140, that would put the 733 from the Privateer on the Cosmic chassis onto provisional pole overall for the final later on at 5 p.m. Blancaswar looking very much in control as he goes through the chicane, now through into 11 and into turn 12, and just the last few corners remain. 13, 14 and 15, and now turn 16, that'll be the final corner. Checker flag waves. Mick Blancaswar will take the heat victory, but Leopold Ferman will cross the line in 2nd, provisionally be the pole sitter for the overall KA100 final. Good work by Anton Bathedou to move up 7 places to finish P3. Paul Hersin, Felix de Decker, and then in P6, Thibaut Wolfout, Arthur Matagne. Toine Kurman takes the 155 class win on the road However, he's still got that 5-second time penalty that's going to drop him behind Maurice Estaz, who will be the highest placed 155 driver. Twan Koerman will drop down to That'll drop him down to 12th behind Piet Limpach and Jaden Gruchans, who will be promoted along with everyone else behind. So Maurice Estaz will finish 8th, Quentin Hanul, Piet Limpach will finish running at the top 10, Jaden Gruchans, then it will be Twan Koerman, Emil Duerings, Steinboss, Yannick Schmidt, Rafael Parash, Enzo Vituli, Mika Kolokovic, Sanamen Nasser rounding out the 19 finishers. A non-starter from Nicolas Matai, Kylian Pastor retired on lap 4. So, two more heats to go. Next up we have got X30 Master, Senior Cup Gentlemen, heat number 2. So we now go to our penultimate heat of the weekend, and it is X30 Master, Senior Cup and Gentlemen. Once again, qualifying decided the starting order of both heats. Sky de Fourny and Mathieu Delboeuf, Senior Cup and Master on the front row. And all Senior Cup row 2 with François Xavier and Leon Leinsveld. Jan Verham and Sebastian Bieland round out an all-master row number 3. Hopefully the 404 from RSD Karting will have a bit of better luck this time around. Anthony Moon and Maxim van Schoenwinkel round out row 4 ahead of Noah Miguel and Jim Ringelberg, who went on to, on the road, win the race itself. He starts P10. Delano Deckers, Vincenzo Schilacci, Olivan Fay, Hubert Boutier, Noah Hubert, Sivip Paganau, Jasper Lehner, Jan van Asch, Jen Verheel, Gaspar Delbar, Nicolas Chapelle, Michael Honnet and Olivier Sampson round out the starting order of this. 23 runners and riders. I'm just going to keep an eye on where things stand. Sebastian Bieland has crossed the timing beam, so that's a good sight to see. So once again, we get into the tram lines for the last time in the heat stages for X30 Masters. Senior Cup and gentlemen, revs rise, lights are out, we're underway. Plumes of smoke hit the air as the field roars its way into turn one. And one runs a little bit wide coming out of turn one, so someone's lost a handful of positions. 3 wide. Ringelberg trying to go around the outside to gain a couple of places in the meantime. He might have just made it through, but they are jockeying for position. 2 wide, a little bit further back outside of the top 15, or towards the bottom end of it. And now everyone trying to keep it line astern. It's getting very, very cautious out there from all drivers. Dive to the inside looked for by the driver in 4th place. As we go to the far part of the circuit into turn number 12. But looks like Scarda Forney has already got a big margin at the moment and was quick off the mark. There is the 404, Sebastian Bieland ahead, and he's moved up a place. He's now second in the Masters class. Mathieu Delboeuf leading the way in P2. Behind Sky de Forny, Leon Lansveld and Anthony Moonen round out the top 3 in the Senior Cup class. Gentlemen sidewise, well, before I look at that, Jim Ringelberg nearly tried to fire it around the outside through into turn 4. He was thinking about it, he showed his nose. And at that point, was not going to be the case. Just had a report that we've had a couple of front fairing penalties for KA 145 in the previous heat. So there will be there have been some decisions being made. But Bieland's just keeping things going. Right, mechanical black flag has come out. I didn't really catch the number. I think it might have been the 695 possibly, but Delano might be Delano Deckers, who started in 11th place with Jim Ringelberg alongside. So maybe there's been a drama. There's a technical side of things that whereby if it's a chain guard, if it's a loose bumper, then straight away it will be reported by one of the team around the circuit as a judge of fact, which means that they can say, well, that kart is not safe. Chain guard either is off. That means the chain and the sprocket will be exposed. So that's not what you want. And also, if the bumper starts coming adrift, well, that's going to be even worse. If one set of bolts and washers start shearing, then if the other side goes, then that's going to go right into the path of somebody else behind, and that is something you do not want to have happen. Meantime, Sebastian Bieland through on Leon Lansveld. That is for 3rd overall. Bielan trying to close in on Mathieu Delboeuf in the 4:09, still running second in the minute. So the front row has not really changed. Maxim van Schoonwinkel and Anthony Munin still stay in, at the moment, 8th and 7th respectively. Olivier Van Fey, the 661, has not changed positions as well from 13th, the 661 with VDK Racing. Still plenty of this race to go. We're 40% of the way through it, so 60% left to go. So the pace unrelenting here in the class. There's 22 out of the 23 drivers still continue to circulate here at this 1,450 metre circuit. Rapid pace. Look at Ringelberg trying to get through on Leon Leinsveld. Then he's got Sebastian Bielan to deal with. Obviously, they were definitely trying to do their level best to get one up on each other last time out at Marienburg. But here at Ostricourt, you've got to just be very, very careful. The speed you carry through those first two corners is rather mighty, as you see here. Leinsveld turn in, Ringelberg turn in, Bielan turn in, and then everyone else is just, like, literally, you can see the amount of bumping and undulation that corner has got. It's quite deceptive. Ringelberg diving to the inside of Leinsveld, gets through by a millimetre hair's breadth there. An attempted move that was possibly, I think that might have been Bjorn Verham from 498. Move that would have been more than likely possibly on maybe on Leon Leinsveld or maybe Maxim van Schoonwinkel. Sometimes when the drivers go through, can be a bit difficult sometimes pick out the numbers, but 3 minutes to go plus an additional lap, and Jim Ringelberg now with Sebastian Bielan. Just under 3 minutes to go. Ringelberg doing a nice neat job there. So Jim Ringelberg now is looking to move up into P3, second in Masters. He's got Sebastian Bielan right in front of him from RSD Karting. He's looked over his right shoulder. Now the R Racing, number 447, looking to the outside, looking to the inside, looking for the move. And very nice and neat there from Ringelberg. Sometimes he can be a little bit heavy-handed, bless him. But he gets the job done. Sebastian Bielan will be trying to do what he can to get through on the 447. So that is now the change overall for third. and also second in the Masters side of things. Sky Forney, however, has got a fast chasing Mathieu Delvaux. There they are, going through into the final corner. Delvaux last time around 57.156. Forney just sub, like literally a couple of thousandths underneath, 57.198. Mathieu Delvaux, 57.141 for that man there. So, showing that Deforney, who had a difficult opening race, has been a really welcome fact that, yeah. Now I can go hustle. Now I can get the job done. But 2 more laps remaining. And Delvaux is right with Deforney. 0.28 of a second covers the top 2. Ringelberg, well, he's 4.2 seconds back. I've seen stranger things happen, but the driver going absolutely hell for leather and trying to make it over, you know, a selection of sprint races. So it's about tyre conservation. Yeah, tyres, it's engine, it's development, aero freezes, everything. You've got to leave no stone unturned in that respect. But the final lap is underway. Mathieu Delvaux is catching, and now he's going to go for the move up the inside. Sky Deforney tries to get the counter attack in. Switches to the inside rather than the outside, a bit of the older Scandinavian flick in that kind of respect, but neatly done there by Mathieu Delvaux. He's done a really good job in this race. He's going to bring it home here for not just himself, but also for the team. And that's dependent on what Sky Deforney for the TD official racing team has in store for him. Sometimes you can never know what the unpredictable nature of karting is going to bring to the forefront. Now, Deforney's going to try something here. He's going to throw it around the outside. That's a beautiful move. And Deforney, with that throwing it around the outside, takes the checkered and wins. Oh, Mathieu Delvaux had one thrown round the outside with 3 corners remaining. Incredible stuff there by Sky Deforney. That is a place you rarely see an overtake like that happen. But Delvaux was cautious enough and thought, well, if Deforney's going to get me, he might try it here. Who knows? But Deforney wins Senior Cup. Delvaux Masters. Ringelberg P3. Bjorn Verham rounds out the top 3 for Masters, finishing 4th. François Xavier Vinet 2nd in Senior Cup, ahead of Sébastien Bieland, who this time did make it to the checkered. Neil Leinsveld rounds out the top 3 in Senior Cup, ahead of Noah Mengal. Maxim von Schoenwinkel, Anthony Moonen, Vincenzo Schilacci rounds out the top 5 in Masters. Hugo Boutier rounds out Gentleman as the winner for the 2nd heat in succession, ahead of Noah Hubau. Jan Verheul, Sibir Baganar, then we got Olivier Fay. Jasper Leinert finishes in 17th overall, ahead of Nicolas Chapelle. Jan Van Asch, Michael Hornet, Gaspar Delbar, Livia Sampson rounding out the finishers, and Delano Deckers unfortunately retiring on lap number 2. Well, we have got one more heat to go, which is due to start at 4:15 this afternoon. Right, so one more heat to go, which will be Mini A versus B coming up at 4:15 this afternoon. And then at 4:35, we get underway with our last four finals of round 2 of the series before we head to the Home of Champions in late July. And then for the start of the second half of the season, just 3 weeks later in mid-August. It's going to be interesting to see how things pan out for the drivers and the teams as the build up to the finals here for round 2, day 3 continue. So time to get things underway for the final heat of round number 2 here on day 3. It's mini heat 3, groups A versus B. Starting on pole position will be Milan Beccu, and alongside will be Julien van der Cotelet. Lewis Boots and Dan Van Dam round out row 2. Denver Boz and Milo Cornel round out the top 3 rows. Norway's Marcus Engen Asen and Edouard Berger round out row number 4. Sem Sazlik and Theo Handax round out the top 10. Louis Petronaut and Métis Piessens round out row number 6. Tom Dames and Manuel Laurent round out the top 7 rows. Louclé, Joshua Lorison, Toby Terhar, Artem Kikireshko, Victorio Fernandez, Juan Boema, Diego Holbeek, Van Konings, Luca Pereira, Jacques Depré, Martin Rodriguez, Tim Fellman, Amin Pantoli and François Collignon round out the 28 strong grid. Drivers go onto the formation lap ahead of 9 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And after this, we will then go into the finals for day 3. Milan Beccu is the winner for heat number 1. Georges Desmay has already done both heats and has won the first one. And he's third in the second. If Beccu places second or higher, Beccu will be on pole for the final and will have the maximum score of 80 points added to the tally that the 899 from Belgium with Uitman's Grand Prix has already gathered so far after the opening round at Marienborg. So quite a few stragglers at the back end of the field as we are set to go lights out and racing for the final qualifying heat of this round of the championship. As after today has concluded, we'll be a third of the way through the season, and then we will head to the home of champions for the first of 2 rounds there within 3 weeks of each other during the heat of summer. So revs up, lights on, lights out, c'est parti. Let's go racing in the final qualifying heat. Milan Beccu has the initial advantage. Julien van der Cotelet loses out to Lewis Boots, who got a flying start there. Denver Boz looks to be up into P4 at the moment as they head their way in towards turn 3. Marcus Engenassen, the Norwegian, trying to find his way through. Oh, one's gone off big time and rejoins. And tumbles right to the back of the order. Another one off. I think that's Toby Terhar that has gone off the circuit. Oh, 2 within a matter of the same amount of corners. But just ended up mowing the grass, let's say. The top 4 starting to broke away quite a bit here. So Beccu, Beccu, Boots, van der Cotelet and Boz. That is your top 4 at the moment, I believe. And so coming through out of the final corner to complete the opening lap, it is going to be Uitman's Grand Prix's very own Milan Beccu. Lewis Boots, fastest lap of the race. Julien van der Cotelet, P3. Denver Voss, 4. Marcus Engen Asen rounds out the top 5 ahead of Milo Cornel. The top 3 have started to break away a little bit from Denver Boz, who's just holding back a little bit, I would say. Marcus Engen Asen is going to lose out to Milo Cornel and Tom Dames at the moment. And a couple of drivers have made up some places. Tim Feldman from Germany has moved up from 26, now runs 19th ahead of Martin Rodriguez from Portugal. Places gained by Artem Kikireshko from the Ukraine. Ron Boerma, Luterio Fernandez up from 19th and has rocketed to 11th, so 1 spot outside of the top 10. Denver Boz, whilst the top 3 are squabbling away and their line is stern, they're not really playing all the cards on the table at the moment. Denver Boz just keeping them within sight. Sometimes that's the better tactic to have, because if 2 of them start battling or 3 of them start battling at the same time, he's got every impetus and every motivation in the world to try and catch them up and try and get past each and every one of them one at a time. Not to try and go for glory and try and get all 3 at once, because that is a nigh on impossibility around this circuit here at Ostricourt. You can get 2 for the price of 1 going through the inside of turn number 3, but if you pull that loop off, you're going to be very, very lucky indeed. But Milan Beku just controlling proceedings. He knows he has to finish first or second, and that will be good enough for him to take a maximum score of 80 points. Top 3 are just sticking with each other, which is a good thing in some respects. Then you've got the 3 behind Denver Boz, which is Cornel, Dames and Paternot. Sem Saslik has unfortunately retired on lap 2. So the 849, who started in 9th position, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. That could be, well, Sem Saslik finished P5, as now, here goes the 847 of Tom Dames, I think, has just made the move. For the racing team Claude Ball. He's running on the CRG, so he looks to be at the back end of this trio. In the middle of it, that is Louis Paternot on the Paralin. But still the top 3 as they were, business as usual. Fast approaching the halfway point of this race, and there is a move. Cornel passed by Paternot, and Cornel gets through. Oh, Paternot sideways, and bounding off the circuit goes Tom Dames and gets back through. And Paternot, I think, just came when a little bit squirrely coming out of the final corner. These young drivers do put themselves under a lot of pressure, and it's not necessarily the atmosphere and the team around them and the mechanic and the parents and everything, but sometimes it can come down to the driver that will really put themselves under a significant amount of pressure to perform. And you know, these drivers are all looking at high-level racing as a future career as a works driver. Moment there for, I think it was Dan Van Dam in the 820. So a little bit wide coming out of turn number 5 and bounded over the grass and the dust. But still the top 3, well, they've started to really drop away from Denver Boz. The gap last time around was 1.2 seconds between Julian van der Kottelet and the Flying Dutchman, Denver Boz, in the 887 for WJS Racing. However, there's still 3.5 minutes to go, plus that all-important additional lap. So Beku, Boots, van der Kottelet, Boz, Cornel, Jasons now up into 6th place from 12th on the grid. Marcus Engenassen from Norway rounds out the top 7 ahead of Tom Dames, Louis Paternot, and Dan Van Dam now drops into 10th position ahead of Manuel Laurent, Joshua Lorison, and there's a little bit of there's a little bit of a possible battle, Manuel Laurent and Joshua Lorison. Oh no, that is not what you want to do coming out of turn 4. And that was, I think, 837 and 847. Yeah, Dames and Paternot, I think, came together, and it was the CRG that's front axle was completely skywards. I can understand the frustration by one of the drivers, but, well, that is not exactly what really Tom Dames won. Well, it wasn't what Louis Paternot had in mind on the Paralin. And Marshall's just checking the driver at the moment, so there will be local yellow flags out. That is at turn 4 and 5. So yellow flags being waved at Marshall post number 3. But still the battle carries on at the top 3. This has been rather closely contested. Lewis Boots looking to the outside, cannot overtake. And we've got a full course slow procedure for the second time today. So because one of the drivers is being attended to by the trackside marshalling team, a full course slow has been engaged under the direction of Series Race Director Dave Ritson. So all the yellow flags will be waving. We could possibly finish this under the full course slow procedure. Effectively like a virtual safety car, full course yellow. So Milan Beku is basically going to have to slow the field down. And there you see from the aerial shot via the drone up above. And the time is just going to simply tick away. It's the right call to make, and it was the only call to make at that point. In some respects, you can understand that Milan Beku is going to be quite pleased that that situation. Well, I mean, not pleased about the fact that there is, there's a driver that could be that is going to be requiring attention, but it means that he's not under pressure from the two behind, because if Boots and Van der Kottelet had gotten through, then that would have put Milan Beku on the front row, but not necessarily on pole position, just by what we've seen over the course of today. But we are going to time out. It is going to be It is going to be concluded. I would think. So last lap will be around this time. So we've had one race neutralised for the majority of the main body of it, and now we're going to have a race that's pretty much, I think, going to be ended after. Ended under full course slow procedure here in heat 3. So last lap board is going to be shown. We are still going to be under full course slow procedure. They cannot accelerate, they cannot overtake. As I said, in the previous heat where we had the KA100s in their first heat, 7 drivers were penalised, a total of 35 seconds given out, and 10 of which went to one driver who made the infraction twice. So Milan Beku is just going to casually lead the field around the circuit on what will be the 9th and final lap at this moment in time. A slow-paced ending to this 3rd and final heat, but obviously, as I said earlier, safety is the main priority when it comes to our competitors here at Iame Series Benelux. Because it was on a very precarious area when the yellow flag started waving at Marshall Post 3, and then the decision to instigate the full course slow procedure, as I said, was the right decision, right place, right time, because of the situation. So it is going to be out of the final corner under full course slow procedure. Milan Beku will take the win on the road here in heat 3. Checkered flag waves. Beku takes the victory. Lewis Boots rounds out P2. Julian van der Kottelet, Denver Bos, Milo Corneel, Matthijs Piesens, Marcus Engenassen, Dan van Dam, Manoa Laurent and Joshua Lawrenson round out your top 10. Theo Handax, Lutelio Fernandez, Artem Kikireshko, Luc Clay, Jacques Depré, Martin Rodriguez, Tim Feldman, Bram Konings, François Collignon, Toby Terhar, Thiago Hollebeek, Ron Burma, Amin Pantoli, Luca Pereira and Edouard Berger round out the 25 finishers in that race. Unfortunately, the contact between Tom Dames mounting the back of Louis Patinot and the 847's front axle being skyward for a multitude of seconds meant that they would retire on lap number 6 through turns 4 and 5. Sam Saslik, however, would not make it to the end of lap 2 and would retire down in 28th. But Milan Beku provisionally will lead the field into battle for one final time for the mini-final later on today from pole position. So we go to the finals here on day 3. And here is the Provisional Championship standings updated after the ranking after heats. Eloane Poissonnet, the 916 for Euro Karting, leads the way by 6 points ahead of Louis Letowers from DFK. Isaac Elahouti for Automax Racing representing France. A further 8 points adrift in third position, with Bruce Chirino getting a maximum score, putting him on 210 points. Level with the 959 of Racing Team Claude Balz, Lucas van der Heerde. Musa Bera Agbaba in the 915. It rounds out the top 6, a further 7 points adrift, and is 3 points ahead of our 7th place driver in the Provisional Championship standings after 3 scores. So far, Maxime Smet, the 980. Milan de Ruyt, 196 points, rounds out 8th ahead of Martin Chekin Gomis in the 905. And Luis de Rida rounding out your top 10 on 190 points in the 928, representing Belgium. Also, there has been a disqualification of the meeting for Arthur Jassogne, the 933. So, Jassogne not taking part in this race, I would imagine, based on the disqualification of the meeting. And once that happens, it means that the driver will not take any further participation of the remaining proceedings that take place. So coming into this final here on day 3, round 2, Eloane Poissonnet is the driver that leads the way in the championship standings. There are several drivers very close in terms of the points already allocated over the first 3 scores this year. 12 in total, as we have 6 rounds. The next 2 rounds taking place at the home of Champions Karting Genk in late July and mid-August. And then in the middle of September, we head to the Ardennes Forest and to Circuit Karting de Spa-Francorchamps before we return to Karting de Fagnes on the first weekend of October. So here is your starting grid. 18 competitors. We have got one that has not crossed the start-finish line. So Bruce Chirino will start from pole position. Eloane Poissonnet, the points leader, starts on the outside of the front row. And it's Isaac Elahouti, Lucas van der Heerde, Milan de Ruyt, and Louis Letowers that round out the top 6. Trying to get an eyeball on the number. That is going to be Pellet de Vries, I'm afraid, that kart is not firing up. And well, the kart has got to be cleared. The driver will not take any participation. And Dave Ritson and Fabien Uchamp will push the kart back. Maybe the mechanic might be able to do something in the repair area, but they've got to do something quickly to get that kart fired up. Maxime Smet, Gilles de Vele, Moussa Bera Akbaba is going to round out 9th ahead of André Grelo in the 903 for the Desa Racing crew on the Paralin chassis. Daily Bruce Eckelines, Louis de Rida ran out row number 6, Ravel Hardouin and Martin Cekin-Gomis. Pellet de Vries has just been pushed off from the grid with Thiago Oliveira, Antunes Duarte, Sid Morkins and Nathan Schreurs due to start 18th. Now Lucas van der Heerde and Pellet de Vries, well, Pellet de Vries transponder I know hasn't crossed the line, but is there an issue with Lucas van der Heerde? If not, then that kart is, if that's running fine, then we're good to go. 11 minutes plus an additional lap for Mini, Rookie and Mini. 14 minutes plus an additional lap for the other competitors. So the drivers now steeled, ready for battle, one final time. Will Elouan Poissonnet remain championship leader after this race? Into the tram lines we go, revs rise for the final time for Mini Rookie. On est parti, let's go! Good start by the inside of the front 2 rows. Chirino and El Houti make a great start and take an early advantage. Poissonnet drops to what is 4th at the moment, as Milan de Rooij looks to be up into 5th place. So Milan de Rooij looks to be in 4th in the WJS racing kart, to go side by side just around about 13th, 14th position, around about where Hardouin and Oliveira are at the moment. But it is the 975 of the youngster from the Netherlands at the front end of the field, Bruce Chirino for the Henzer Racing Team. And Isaac El Houti and Elouan Poissonnet are giving chase. So into turn 12 as they pass Marshall post number 7. So into turn 15 and now into the right-hander at turn 16. Chirino leads by nearly 2/10 after the opening lap. And then it's a further 2/10 back from El Houti in second to Milan de Rooij, who's now moved up from 5th and is into 2nd position. But El Houti looking for the race lead. Up the inside goes the CRG from Automax Racing. But Chirino for Henzer Racing coming back at him. He's going to have to slot into the wheel tracks going through turn number 4 and then into 5. Chirino's got to just pick his moment and wait for the opportunity. Elouan Poissonnet now down to 4th. Louis Letara's up 1 place to 5th. Gilles Duela rounds out the top 6. Maxime Smet, Ravel Hardouin, Moussa Bera Akbaba and Martin Cekin-Gomis round out your top 10 so far. Cekin-Gomis has already made up 4 spots. And Pellet de Vries did get going in the end. So things are starting to tighten up at the front end of the field. The top 4 last time round were covered by 9.5 tenths. Top 4 covered this time by just under 9 tenths of a second. El Houti, who's got clear air on that CRG for Automax Racing, is absolutely flying. But look, Milan de Rooij up the inside, through on Bruce Chirino. That's 2nd place. Chirino again, just not having an answer, so to speak, in that way of trying to keep the pace. But it is a longer game. It's a more strategic game of chess for this particular occasion. And the reason why I say that is you've just got to be very, very mindful of your opposition. And so now Bruce Chirino has got this to decide, when do I pick my moment to fight back? Sometimes that's easier said than done, because these drivers are going to have to react on the fly completely. It is not a case of just thinking, I'm going to heck with it, I'm just going to go and give it my all. Sometimes giving your all does not necessarily mean going flat out. However, we have got a 5-second time penalty, for a driver. It might be Grelo or Morkins. It's a 5-second time penalty. De Ruyter is closing in on El Houthi once again for that lead. Chirino third. Poissonnet, Latars running at the top 5. Driver with the most positions gained, 9.40 in 8th. Hardouin up from 13th, now 8th. Lucas van der Heerden's had an absolute shocker in this one. Stumbled all the way down to 16th and had started on the outside of row number 2. So it just goes to show that sometimes, yes, it may work, yes, it may not work. You just never know until you try, and then sometimes it just goes completely wrong. And that's exactly what's happened to Lucas van der Heerde for Racing Team Corbeil on the CRG, representing Belgium. And only on the benefit he qualified 1 place ahead of Milan de Ruyter was on row 2 as a direct consequence. Another penalty coming through, so another 5-second time penalty. That looks to be 9.56. Louis Latars is up around the outside. Well, tries to keep Isaac El Houthi, but Bruce Chirino has gotten through for the race lead. Milan de Ruyter, do not try and throw it around the outside of turn 5, please. Going to want Poissonnet. And Louis Latars is now effectively going to be through that 5-second time penalty. Not going to have any say in the matter. Might do on the road, but not in terms of going for a top 3 or going for a victory in this particular occasion. So at the sharper end of the field, well, Bruce Chirino and Edouard Poissonnet, Isaac El Houthi are getting away, but meantime, Edouard Poissonnet finds himself, I think, back behind Milan de Ruyter, which looks to be the case. That is a WJS Racing livery. And Louis Latars for DFK is also is trying to But now, de Ruyter, who's been passed once again by... Well, he was passed by Poissonnet once again. It has meant that fight for P3 is going to really take up more of their time than trying to chase down the 2 in front, who are now embroiled in their own battle. Bruce Chirino, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.880, as we've got 3 3/4 minutes still remaining on the timer. Diego Oliveira in the 911, not to be confused with the Porsche, of course. Up 2 places from 16th, now runs 14th, as we still have that battle between Poissonnet, de Ruyter, Latars. But obviously, from what I can, I've not had any confirmation of who exactly has got penalties. So sometimes, at the back of the digi flag, as El Houthi goes up the inside of Bruce Chirino. So 80 points for a race win. Bruce Chirino has really brought himself into this fight for the title. So, in many respects, this year we're going to see the following: new mini rookie champion, new mini champion, new junior champion, new senior champion. So when you think about it. A lot of change happening. Noah Grenier up to juniors. Denver Boz up to mini. Juice Mulder racing elsewhere. Sam Balota, driver coach. Quite funny how a year of competition can change things, and you reset going to the winter period, and then oh yeah, what are we going to do this year? I don't know yet. And sometimes you might leave it to the last moment, but leaving it to the last moment, there was Bruce Chirino up the inside of Isaac Elaouti from Ultimax Racing, and he gets through. So a nice, clean bit of racing there. André Grelo is out of the race as of lap number 7, I'm afraid. So Grelo, who started on the outside of row number 5, is now no longer going to take any further participation in this race, as we have just over 1.5 minutes plus an additional lap. Meantime, Elaouti still trying to do what he can as Poissonnet gets through on De Ruyt for P3 at turn 12. So nice little move from the Euro karting driver in the 916. So I'd say we were on the bubble, so I would think we're going to have this and 2 more laps remaining, because they crossed the line with about 1:10 minutes to go on the timer. De Ruyt trying to go up the inside once more on Poissonnet through at turn 3, and unfortunately that has not happened. Still a little bit more of this race to go, but the time is fast counting down. And look, sunshine. Proper sunshine for the first, I think pretty much for the first time this afternoon we've had it. And that is a glorious sight. Bit of warmth radiating onto the tarmac and helping with a bit more residual warmth, but there's only 5 more seconds to go. 2 laps remaining. Chirino now 0.4 of a second away, ahead of Isaac Elaouti. As we see some of the media team behind the scenes at Iame Series Benelux, including FX, who him and his team, they've been doing some of the great content that you see on our social media channels at Iame Belgium on Facebook and at Iame Series Benelux on Instagram. So please, if you get the chance, give it a like on Facebook, give it a follow on Instagram to keep up with a lot of the content that we keep on providing every time we go to a racetrack. But timer has expired here in the mini rookie final. Bruce Chirino has started from pole position. He's had to fight for this victory though. Isaac Elaouti on home soil, the Ultimax CRG driver, is going to finish a close second, but we're going to start the final lap out of turn number 16 for the penultimate time. Last lap for mini rookie this weekend underway, and Chirino has a gap of 4.5 of a second over Elaouti. Poissonnet is getting closer and closer. He's about 1/10 quicker, or just over 1/10 quicker than the driver in second position. Milan de Ruyt and Louis Letaro is rounding out your top 5 on the road. Of course, all results that have been called by myself up here in the commentary box are provisional, pending any sporting checks and technical decisions that need to be made post-session. But Bruce Chirino at the minute is keeping Isaac Elaouti at bay, but Elaouti is closing in the dying stages of this race through the chicane at turns 9 and 10, now through into turn 11 and 12. Chirino takes a look over the right-hand shoulder. What could be the last, well, which is going to be the last time, through out of turn number 15 into turn 16. Bruce Chirino from pole position wins the mini rookie final here at Ostricourt by 0.3 of a second, ahead of Isaac Elaouti. Laurent Poissonnet, I think, will keep his championship lead intact. How many points he might have at the front of it, we don't know until we find out very shortly. Milan de Ruyt Louis Letowers, Maxime Smet, Martin Chekin Gomis, Raphaël Hardouin, Moussa Bera Akbaba rounds out the top 9 with Gilles de Vela rounding out the top 10. Lucas van der Heerde, Daily Bruce Erkelens, Diego Oliveira, Luis de Reda round out the top 14. We are still waiting for a couple of drivers to cross the line. They're just coming through the final couple of corners as we speak. So Sib Morkens, Nathan Schreurs, and well, got going but could not go any higher than 17th. Belle de Vries with Andrea Grelo rounding out the completed order, but retired on lap 7, with Arthur Jassogne not taking part due to the 933 being excluded from the meeting. But Chirino wins the final here at round 2 in France. So, provisional championship standings pending any official results being confirmed. Alain Poissonnet continues to lead the way, going to karting Genk in late July with 228 points, 6 ahead of Louis Letowers, making it an all-Belgian 1-2 at the moment. Isaac El Haouti and Bruce Chirino get closer still. Lucas van der Heerde rounding out the I think that might be including the 3 scores we've had. We've got 4 scores now, so I think that will probably put Bruce Chirino. Well, we'll wait to see. It might be the previous version of it, but Poissonnet, Letowers, El Haouti very, very much accomplished in this. But Chirino took the victory. But now we're going to head to our next class, which is more than likely going to be our people at the KA 100, 145 and 155. Let's have a look at the provisional championship standings to get into this round, as we have for 145 and 155 at the moment. So, after 3 scores at the moment, Mick Blankensward leads the way in the KA 100, 145 kilo division. And that is a 14-point advantage over Felix de Decker and Arthur Matagne in the 709 and the 710. Paul Hersin a further point behind in 4th. Enzo Vituli on 206, a further 12 points adrift in 5th place, with Emile Duerings 6 on 205, Thibaut Wolfert on 204. The top 7 having broken past the 200-point barrier so far. Nicolas Mattei, Raphael Parache and Sana Ben Nasser on 198, 196 and 193 apiece. We've also got KA 100, 155 kilos to also consider as well. Tuan Kerman leads by 5 points ahead of Maurice Stas coming into this part of the championship season, with Jaden Grutjens making it a further point in closing, encapsulating the top 3, covered by 6 points. Quentin Hanoul on 214, a further 11 points adrift. And then we've got Steinboss, Yannick Smit on 209 and 208, Mika Kolakovic and Kilian Pastor on 206 and 203 apiece. 8 drivers make up the 155 grid, 13 drivers make up 145. And what does that stand for those newcomers towards KA 100? 145 kilos minimum weight requirement, 155 kilos minimum weight requirement for both classes. That includes driver and cart. If they are half a kilo under, that's it. Disqualification from the event through the fact that the cart is not at the minimum prescribed weight. And we first have to say un grand merci à Monsieur Jean-Patrick et Mathieu Rémé et toute l'équipe ici à circuit de karting de la métropole. Merci beaucoup pour nous envoyer de faire les visites cette année en mai. So a big thank you to Jean-Patrick and Mathieu Rémé, father and son team, and the entire crew here at Circuit de Karting de la Métropole at Racing Kart JPR in Ostricourt, which is based in the heart of the Nord-Pas-de-Calais region and is based on a 14-hectare site surrounded by wonderful vegetation and forestry here as far as the eye can see. It's a wonderful place to come here. And it's not, I've been here several times actually over the past few seasons, and it's been wonderful to deal with Mathieu directly and Matteo, one of the team here as well. Matteo helps with regards to the social media for the circuit. So a big thank you to all the team here at Circuit de Karting de la Métropole. It's been wonderful, as I said, visiting this part of the world again. But the anticipation builds. We are literally a couple of moments away from the flag being waved, the green flag being waved on the start-finish straight and setting the drivers off. Engines fire up for the final time this round for KA 100, 145 and 155 kilos. Let's take you through the grid for 21 drivers here for the final. 14 minutes plus an additional lap on the cards. Felix Dedecker and Anton Bathidou line up on the front row. Mick Blancasport and leading 155 kilo driver Maurice Istas round out row number 2. Good work by Luxembourg's Pit Limpach in the 712 to line up alongside the 710 of Arthur Matagne. The 706 of Quentin Hanoul will be joined by the 723 of Jaden Gruchans. The 748 of Paul Hersin will be joined by the 721 of Thibaut Wolfelt, with Twan Kurman in the 738 155 entry, joined on row 6 by the 145 kilo entry of Emile Duerings on the 705. The 733 and the 799 of Leopold Ferman and Enzo Vituli round out row 7. Row 8 will be the 716 and the 703 of Rafael Parash and Yannick Schmidt. Mika Kolakovic in the 702 will be joined by the 728 of Stain Boss on row number 9, completing the 21-strong grid, the 707 of Sana Ben Nasser, the 765 of Kylian Pastor, and the 708 of Nicolas Matai. So the drivers are steeled and ready for one final encounter here at the circuit. K100 earlier on today got off to a chaotic start in heat number 1 with a multi-card incident at the opening corner on just after we went green. 14 minutes is a different proposition altogether, because as they say, to finish first you must finish. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out, we're underway. Good even start by the front row as Felix de Decker will lead the field, but look at Mick Blankenspor up the inside. He's going to be wheel to wheel through into turn 2. The comp kart driver from the Netherlands, is he going to have the lead by turn 3? The answer is yes. Great work there by Mick Blankenspor. Just threaded the eye of the needle. De Decker got the start. Blankenspor slotted in behind and used that slipstream to absolute perfection. But here goes off the Pantano chassis of the 799 Enzo Vituli. Oh, and we had one getting a bit sideways. That was the Birrell Art of, I think, Pit Limpach in the 712, going through into turn number 8. But a great start there by Mick Blankenspor. He just got the job done, nailed it to the mast and went, right, off we go. Kylian Pastor and Nicolas Matai are not starts. And Helena goes, Mick's fan club in Germany is watching. I'm wondering if that does include a certain Marcel Schirmer, who actually through Kartom Hagen does actually, is the German provider for Comp-Kart in this part of the world. So the opening minute and a half for the drivers at the front end of the field. I mean, Blankenspor and Bathadou have just pulled away. They've just cantered off into the distance. So 12 minutes to go, and things are very, very much up close and personal at the minute when you look back towards 4th and then beyond, because you've got Maurice Istas and Arthur Matin, you're battling over 4th overall. Istas is leading the 155 class, and there's a big gap between Bathadou and De Decker, 1.3 seconds. There's the 723. Jaden Gruchans right with, I think that's Paul Hersat in front. Oh no, that's the 712 of Pit Limpach from Luxembourg in the 712. So they're... But there are still battles waging on, as we've got the 710 versus the 748. So Automatagne closing on Paul Hassan. Hassan has made the move through at the moment. Thibaut Wolfauer has passed Twan Kurman, who's dropped down. Emily Dwellings is in P10 behind Leopold Ferman, who's made up 4 places from 13th on the grid. We've still got about 10 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. We have 2 more finals before we conclude proceedings here at the Circuit de Karting de la Métropole here at Racing Kart JPR. 10 minutes on the time is still remaining, and the top 2 have pulled away. But Anton Bathadou is closing that gap and has put in the fastest lap of the race, 59.151. Meantime, well, the 748 of Paul Hassan has just got through, and that is on Maurice Istaz. And there's still three-way battle is really starting to intensify. They've got a Kart closing in. That's the Luxembourger Pit Limpach, I believe, in the 712 Birolot, closing in. This battle is just not, it's not calming down at the moment. They are literally just going hell for leather at the minute. And it can only take, it can take just one wrong move, one slip up, one mistake, and somebody might find themselves on the receiving end of the wrong end of the stick. So at the minute, with 8 1/4 minutes still to go, it's anyone's guess as to what might happen here. So 7 minutes and 51 seconds plus an additional lap remains in this KA 100, 145, 155 finale here for round 2 of the season. And, well, Blancaspoor and Bathadou have pulled away. They have got a 4.7 second lead over Felix De Decker. De Decker is falling by the wayside. Bathadou is going to try everything he can in his power to put the pressure onto Mick Blancaspoor. But that is easier said than done. And in the words of the late Murray Walker, it's one thing to catch somebody. It's something else to pass them entirely. You just got to try and pick your moment, because it might come at a time when you do get there, but it's also dependent on how the person in front of you is going to react. And now Bathadou has got to within 3/10. Now that look at the closing rate, Bathadou swarming all over the back. He's not going to go through for it yet. The CRG driver making the move through at turn 3, now into the double left here at 4 and 5. And then into the double left again here. It's like they're nearly making a cardboard box in a sort of like a cart shape. And then it's into the right at 8, through 9, into 9 and 10 here at the chicane, then round the kink, which then brings us into 11. But Bathadou is really hustling Blancaspoor along. And through the final couple of corners, into the last 90 right, sweeping through at full speed. Gap between them was 0.277, now 0.242. And he has got the run. Bathadou, is he going to try something? They're going to be going into turn 3 very shortly. No. He's keeping Blancaspoor on edge. Oh, this is a great tactic. Blancaspor has got to do exactly what he needs to. And says, oh, Helena goes, no, just Jorg and Helena Blancaspor. Go, Mick. Helena, thanks to you and Jorg for keeping apprised of what Mick is doing at the moment. He's doing a fantastic job at the front end of the field, but there is that pressure. He will feel that from behind. He's got to anticipate what Bathadou does, so we still have 19 out of the 21 drivers that were due to stop. They are all still running. Arthur Matagne through on Felix Decker. Leopold Ferman through on Pit Limpach. So Ferman up 6 places. At the moment, the top 3 in each class, Blancaspor, Bathadou and Hersin in 1:45. Now, I think Bathadou is waiting until the absolute last moment on this front. And the reason being is that this is how a battle starts. You have the lines drawn, but then there's going to be that one person that's going to make that first move. And then it starts that domino effect of what happens afterwards. It's like putting your chess piece, it's like playing drafts or playing chess. You know, you've got to think of, okay, where do I put the knight? Which pawns do I sacrifice? And that's how battling happens. It's great to see, but there is a little bit of a lead coming the way of Mick Blancaspor. He's started to respond to Bathadou, trying to close that gap. And now, Blancaspor has opened that gap up to double what it was, at least. Meantime, Arthur Matagne is closing in on Paul Hersin for 3rd place, and they are right literally attached at the bumper. Top 3 at the moment in 1:55. Maurice Istaz, 7th. Jaden Gruchans, 10th. Tuan Kurman in 11th at the moment. So that's the top 3. This is a really good battle. So Matagne is ahead of Hersin, so that's P3 for the 7-1-0 from Belgium. But you can see how big that gap is. Oh my goodness, the front 2 are away by 9.1 seconds. And whilst Matagne and Hersin are battling over P3, Hersin dives to the inside. Good move. Nice, clean textbook from the 748. But still, some drivers will say to you, the last 3 minutes in a final can be an absolute eternity. And then you go, oh, I've got one more lap to do after this. It is just crazy how, you know, you think, oh yeah, this is going by really, really slowly, and then before you know it, it's gone by really, really quickly. So 2 minutes to go, and the battle for 3rd place. Here comes Matagne up the inside, returns the favour through at T1. Change for 3rd place there. What's Hersin going to do here? Oh, an attack from behind, bump and run there, I believe. Yeah. He's giving that place back, though. I think it's probably, he might have just mistimed the braking. And that's his way to say to Arthur Matagne, sorry, my bad, I didn't mean to do that. But look who is closing in. Leopold Ferman in the number 733. Closing really quickly on them at the moment. So this gives the opportunity for us not to just have two drivers battling away. They do say that 2's company, 3 is definitely a crowd, and that is exactly what Ferman is trying to make it. So we've got, so I would say, 3 more laps to go, as we've just got on to lap number 14. And the gap between 3rd, 4th and 5th, less than 0.4 of a second. Now, where is Fairman going to go? Oh, they're going to make it 3 wide for the briefest of moments. And what is Fairman got in the trick book? No, not quite. Oh, he nearly did. He nearly got both of them, but both of them had the presence of mind. Hersin got through on Matagne. Matagne just went, oh, Fairman's not on my inside. I've got to do something about this here. And now the scramble begins. Oh. P3, whoever takes this one, all three of these drivers will have earned it. If one of them gets it, that person will have earned it. For the moment, it is Paul Hersat in the 7.48 ahead of the 7.10 of Ato Matan in the 7.33 of Leopold Fermin, as we have 2 laps to go. The timer has expired. Black and white warning flag 4. I think that's Paul Hersat. Driving standards, possibly. Means that they are that driver is being kept a keen eye on. Now, all right, Matagne up the inside. And this time, Fermin is going to try for it. Wheel to wheel round the outside. He has to duck back in. It was nip and tuck, though. I have to give Leopold Fermin a shout out for that one. That was a great attempt of trying to get through 2 corners. Here comes the chicane. Fermin looks that little bit more confident because Matagne is having to defend sternly. Now into turn 11. And Fermin just slots in behind. Dives to the inside. Runs a little bit deep, but covers off the inside line for the next right-hander. Final lap is underway. Blancaspor versus Bathidou. Less than 2 tenths apart. They are just coming through turn 3, and Bathidou has got the lead. Bathidou's got the lead. He got it at turn 3. But Blancaspor is not going to give that up. By any stretch of the imagination, Mick Blancaspor is hounding, hustling Anton Bathidou as we go into turn 11 for the final time. Blancaspor dives to the inside, retakes the race lead with a matter of corners to spare. Now through the final chicane, one more corner, it could be a drag race to the finish. Out of the final corner, Bathidou's going to go for it, and it's going to be Blancaspor. Blancaspor by a whisker over the line. 43 thousandths was the winning margin for the 714 from the Netherlands. But still, let's see what happens for P3. Who's got it? It's Matagne. Matagne takes P3. Paul Hersat, Leopold Fermat could have made it 10 places. Started 13th on the grid. Maurice Istaz takes victory in 1:55. Felix de Decker, Pet Limpach, Sibel Wolfart, Jaden Grutians takes second in 1:55. Rounds out the top 10 ahead of Twan Korman in 11th. Quentin Anul was less than 2 tenths away from P3 in 1:55. Finishes 12th ahead of Enzo Vituli, Sana Ben Nasser, Emil Dwerings, Rafael Parash, Steinboss, Yannick Schmidt and Mika Kolokovic. They all got to the checkered after 16 laps, but the closest finish in KA 100, 1:45 for a very long time. 43 thousandths in favour of your final winner in this race, Mick Blancaspor from the Netherlands. Next up, X30 Master, Senior Cup and Gentleman. So for your provisional results for KA 100-155, Maurice Sistaz takes the provisional championship lead after 4 scores by 2 points. Ahead of Twan Kurman, Jaden Gritchens makes it another driver that breaks the 300-point barrier on 301. Quentin Hanul, Stein Boss, Yannick Schmidt, Mika Kolakovic and Kilian Pastor round out the 8 strong in that particular one. But what can you say about that? Absolutely brilliant racing between Anton Bathadou and Mick Blankenspor. Blankenspor is on 313, so he has a 21-point advantage over Arthur Matagne, Paul Hersin, Felix de Decker. Enzo Vitulli rounds out the top 5, with Thibaut Wolff out, Emily Duellings, Raphael Pahache, Zana Ben Nasser, and Nicolas Matin rounding out the top 10. Penultimate final set to get underway very shortly, as there you see X30, Master, Gentleman, and Senior Cup. And, well, all I can say is that front row looks rather inviting, let's say. Because it's an all-Masters front row, and I spy with my little eye Jim Ringelberg and Mathieu Delboff. This could be a classic here at Ostricourt for this penultimate final of the weekend. We will have Mini up after this, and then that will conclude our live coverage of Iame Series Benelux for round 2, and we will effectively be a third of the way through this championship season. So without further ado, let's take you through your grid for the Masters, Senior Cup and Gentleman Final for round 2. Jim Ringelberg and Mathieu Delboff, an all-Masters front row. François Xavier Vinet will lead the Senior Cup charge from the inside of row number 2. He'll be joined by fellow Senior Cup driver Leon Leinsveld. Sky de Forny and Maxime van Schoenwinkel in the 677 and the 633 round out row 3 itself. 477 of Masters driver Vincenzo Schilacci will be joined by the 635 of Anthony Moonen. Then it will be Bjorn Verham in the 498. He'll be joined by Olivain Fay, who completes the top 10. Then Hubert Vautier, Sébastien Bieland round out row 6 in the 537 and the 404. The 631 of Kien Verheul and the 688 of Noah Mengal round out row 7. Delano Deckers in the 695 will be joined by Sibir Paganar on row 8 in the 669. Noah Hubert in the 694 will be joined by Masters driver Nicolas Chapelle in the 487 on row 9 itself, with the top 20 being completed by 2 Senior Cup drivers, Gaspar Delbar in the 602 and the 671 of Jasper Leinert. Jan van Asch in the 530, Michael Honey in the 580, and Olivia Sampson in the 625 rounds out your grid. 14 minutes plus un tour pour le final de classe X30 Master, Gentlemen et les pilotes Senior Cup. And on pole position, it's the old stalwart Jim Ringelberg. Mathieu Delboeuf moved up to Masters this year and is in direct competition with the 447 on the inside of the front row. Get ready, hold on, and the lights go out. We're underway. Ringelberg cuts off Delboeuf with Venet trying to go up the inside, but there's a multi-cart tangle. Oh, it's a repeat of KA 100, Heat 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carts involved in that melee. Maybe make that 7, and just goes to show how quickly things can turn around. And oh, there's one of the TD carts. So Bjorn Verham, Hubert Vautier, Kien Verheil, Delano Deckers, Noah Hubert, Gaspar Delbar, and Jan van Asch. Olivia Sampson opted not to start in this race. So that does guarantee some modicum of championship points. So frantic start to the final. 7 drivers compromised within the opening corner, and some of them didn't even exit turn 1. Ringelberg has got a 1 3/4 second lead after the opening lap. That's not the first time this weekend that's happened. And straight away, Ringelberg in the mid. Oh, and we've had a tangle, 618. François Xavier Venet, that might have been on the back end of Leon Leisvelt. And Leisvelt might be now still in third. No, it wasn't. It was, well, you've got Sky DeForny in third at the time. Leon Leisvelt fourth. So this is going to get a bit close. Oh, robustness there from Sky DeForny or Mathieu Delboeuf. And there is also... oh, this is getting a bit too clumsy now. I can understand jockeying for position. 3 wide and there's contact. Oh, I was outside of the top 10. I can hear my ears burning because race control are probably thinking, okay, right, we're looking into that, we're looking into this, we're looking into that. Shout out to Dennis Anderkirk and Daniel Lampan, who have been our team for race control this weekend. Is always doing an exemplary job. They are the ones that have to look at all the evidence. A big thank you to them for the hard work they do behind the scenes. But Mathieu Delboeuf trying to do what he can. François Xavier Venet, I think, or is that? That's Vincenzo Scalacci in the TV cart that now is up a position. And who's behind him? I think that is is that? I'm just wondering who that might be. If that is Sebastian Bierland, I will be very, very surprised. I don't think it is. So Ringelberg has a nearly 1.8 second lead over Mathieu Delboeuf. Anthony Moonen, Vincenzo Scalacci, Jen Verheil is next up. So Verheil, one of the RSD karting alumni here, has made up 8 places on that opening lap. And diving to the inside goes Sky DeForny, Leon Leisvelt, teammate of the official TD official racing team driver. François Xavier Venet has dropped all the way down to 9th and is ahead of Noah Hubert, who's moved up 7 spots. Sebastian Bierland as quickly as possible. So So now, with 9.5 minutes to go, Mathieu Delboeuf is going into hunting mode. He is trying to close in that gap to Jim Ringleberg and has taken time out of him. He took nearly 3/10 out on that previous tour and has got the gap down to under a second and a half. So Ringleberg will know straight away that Delboeuf is gunning for him. But as I said, catching is easy. Passing is something different. However, great battle here between a couple of the drivers, I think one of which is Jan Verheul and Leon Leinsveld. That is the battle between the 631 and the 682. They are line astern. Leinsveld might dive to the inside. He does decide to do so. Schilacci is caught up to Anthony Moonen, who is leading in Senior Cup at the minute. Gaspar Delbar has dropped all the way down to, well, has dropped down to 20th. Maxim van Schoenwinkel has dropped down to 13th. He's being chased down by a young man from Belgium, Jasper Leenerts, who I've known for quite a few years. Right, we have got another kart off by the side of the track. Now, I was just trying to pick out where that was. That is, well, I can't see it from my line of sight. But the driver was clearly frustrated, had the helmet off. So I'm wondering if that might be over at the far part of the circuit. However, I did see our mobile camera try and pick it up. So who is the driver that is going to tumble? Let's see. Just waiting for the timing just to reset a little bit. And find out very shortly who is not moving. It could be Sibyl Pagano or Olivain Fay, I think, or the two might be out. Olivain Fay started 10th, Sibyl Pagano started 16th. But now, Mathieu Delboeuf has caught and passed Jim Ringleberg. Oh, we've got a fight on our hands at the front end. Oh, goody, he says, rubbing his hands with glee in the commentary box. But no, it's great to see these drivers, even as drivers get... I do say that sometimes with age comes wisdom. I don't know how much of that I actually believe, to be honest with you. However, there are drivers like Delboeuf and Ringleberg that know exactly what they're capable of, and they can parlay that into how they race out on circuit. And especially when Delboeuf was running in Senior Cup last year, Ringleberg was a master. Now, they're in the same boat. Welcome along, Mathieu, to the Masters class. Happy trails. And more to the point, it is a case of setting, you know, the Masters drivers are just as impatient. They can be just as vocal, let's say, about how certain things transpire. And it's nothing against anybody. It's just a fact of life. But Delboeuf has pulled away from Ringleberg and now has a lead of nearly half a second. So pretty good going there for the 409. For CG Motorsport. 3 wide. Oh, dearie me. Anthony Moonen, you knew that was never going to happen. And a synchronized thank you very much from Vincenzo Schilacci. And I think the other one might have been, I think it might have been either Skyder Forney or Leon Leinsveld. One of the two TD karts. Let's see who is in front of who. It's Leon Leinsveld. Yeah, there we go. So the drivers making their way through. We still have another 5 minutes plus change and an additional lap to throw into the mix as well to see how things go on. But it is the fact that it's Skyder Forney leading the peloton, and it's a lengthy one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts. There's going to be another couple behind at least. Well, you've also got Sebastian Bielon, who's now up into the top 10. So, this coming through turns 4 and 5 into 6 and 7 off of Marshall Post 4. So it's just a case of putting your chess pieces where you can. Vincenzo Scalacci just got passed by François-Xavier Venet and has just been passed by Anthony Moonen in the 6:35. So Scalacci losing a couple of places. So Nicolas Chapelle in the 487 has retired on lap number 9. I'm afraid we're on to lap 11 as we speak. Fastest lap of the race so far, Sky Forney, 57.209. And still, well, Jim Ringelberg is starting to try and close in on Mathieu Delboeuf. Was about 7/100ths of a second quicker on that previous tour, approximately. Deforny was quicker than the pair of them, but he's like 5.8 seconds back. Oh, dearie me. 6.31. Jan Verheul for RSD Karting. It's going to be side by side into turn 5 for the briefest of moments. And that was, well, Sebastian Bieland. And I'm wondering who was behind him at the time. I'm not too sure. It might have been Hubert Bautier, possibly in the 5.37 for the gentleman class, and Bautier's done a really good job. He's won both heats. He's currently P8 up from 11th. But Ringelberg now still has Mathieu Delboeuf in his crosshairs. Great work by these two drivers. They have literally run rings around the opponents as Sky Forney crosses the line. 5.8 seconds back in P3. Ringelberg now, with knowing he'll have kept his Hawkeye on that clock over the start-finish straight, and will know that time is running out. So he's going to start, I think, maybe throwing a little bit more caution to the wind and try and get that opportunity to come more his way as the countdown continues. A minute and 35. So once we cross the line this time, I'm sure we're going to have another 3 laps to go. So we're about to complete lap 13 out of a possible 16 laps of racing here at this 1.45 kilometre circuit. So it's sort of stabilising. It isn't staying stagnant by any stretch of the imagination between Delboeuf and Ringelberg. It's been anywhere between 3 to 4 tenths of a second, but it's Ringelberg that's now going to start to be a little bit later on the brakes, a bit more aggressive, but not to the point of being over-aggressive, because you don't want to cause any issues with, if you absolutely muller your tyres, then, well, you're going to be a sitting duck for anyone else that might be closing in behind you. And that's one thing that Jim Ringelberg will never want to have happen. The drivers make their way through the chicane, through into the right-hander here at turn number 11 off of Marshall Post 7. Left into 12, right into 13, left into 14. So 2 more laps to go in the final. Leading the way in Masters, Mathieu Delboeuf with a slender lead of now what is half a second ahead of Jim Ringelberg. Sky Forney leads the way in Senior Cup, ahead of Leon Leinsveld and François-Xavier Venet, who round out the... Well, François-Xavier Venet has got through on Leon Leinsveld, and Hubert Vautier has dropped down to P10, currently leads as top gentleman. And there is an attempt by Bjorn Verham, was it? Yeah, Bjorn Verham from the Masters class through on Anthony Moon, and that was a good move there from the 498, as the timer has now officially expired. So, does Jim Ringelberg have any cards up his sleeve? I say that in the lightest of, light-heartedest of jests at the moment for Jim. I've known him for years. Quite a few of our team have known him for years, as well as a friend and also as a competitor. But now, last lap underway for X30 Master, Gentlemen and Senior Cup. Olivier Fay has retired on lap 12. Jan van Asch on lap 14. So we're down to 18 drivers, rounded out by Sivid Bagenaar. So this might be the little boost up the backside that Jim Ringelberg might need. But the way that Mathieu Delboeuf, when he got past, has run his own race. He's not worrying about the man behind him. He's just worrying about getting that car over the line first. as I said, to finish first, you must finish. And that is exactly what Mathieu Delboeuf has been doing. Yes, he might have thrown a bit of caution to the wind through the chicane just then, but he knows it's the last lap. He knows that it will be time to put the kart into mothballs once all is said and done. And the man from CG Motorsport, Mathieu Delboeuf, from the outside of the front row, comes out of the final corner. Et vainqueur ici en Ostricourt. Great job there by the CG Motorsport driver ahead of our racing's Jim Ringleberg. Sky de Forny takes the win in Senior Cup ahead of François Xavier Venet and Leon Leinsveld rounding out your provisional top three. And there is the jubilation. Now Delboeuf can enjoy this moment, the cool down lap going into technical and Parc Fermé. Delboeuf wins after 16 laps by 7/10 ahead of Jim Ringleberg, with Sky de Forny taking top honours in Senior Cup ahead of François Xavier Venet and Leon Leinsveld, who ran at the top three in Senior Cup and the top five overall. Bjorn Verham rounds out the top three in Masters. Anthony Moonen, fourth in Senior Cup, rounds out seventh ahead of Sebastien Biland in eighth. Hubert Bautier will become the best placed gentleman here this weekend, winning both heats and the final, finishing ninth ahead of Vincenzo Schilacci. Ken Verheul, Maxim van Schoenwinkel, Noah Hubert, Jasper Leinitz, Delano Deckers, Noah Mengal, Michael Ohne and Sibi Baganar. The last of the drivers that made it to the end after 16 laps of racing, with Jan van Asch, Olivier Fay, Nicolas Chapelle and Gaspar Delbar unfortunately retiring at several points during the race. Olivier Sampson for the TD official racing team, unfortunately not taking the start. We have one more race to go, and it's Mini, the final, up next. Well, there's Olivier Seb, part of the promotional team here behind the scenes at Iame Series Benelux, congratulating Mathieu Delboeuf. So here are the updated provisional championship standings. Mathieu Delboeuf leading overall, and it's four Masters at the sharp end of the X30 Masters division. So Mathieu Delboeuf on 312 ahead of Jim Ringleberg, who is 2 points ahead of third place driver Sebastien Bielon. Vincenzo Schilacci rounds out the top four, a further 10 points adrift, with Bjorn Verham and Hubert Bautier, the two leading gentlemen. Michael Hornet, all tied on 274 apiece. They ran out the top seven. Nicolas Chapelle on 270, Jan van Asch on 264, and Quentin Henry on 136 points, rounding out the top 10 in X30 Masters. Then we'll have to turn our attention briefly to Senior Cup, because that has really hit its stride this season. Sky de Forny on 313 points, a good gap over Leon Leinsveld and François Xavier Venet, who ran at the top three on 298 and 297 apiece. A further 16 points back and forth. Anthony Moonen, Maxime van Schoenwinkel, Sibi Paganar, Olivier Fay, Delano Deckers, Gaspar Gelbar, and Jennifer Hill. They've all got work to do to catch up to the top three. So a few discussions happening as the drivers want to get the opportunity just to have a chat, take the race helmet off, and loosen the race suit and let the arms hang down by the knees. But the 3-minute board has been shown. We are moments away from getting our last race of the weekend, race number 38 of the meeting, 25 in total for X30 Junior and Senior the last 2 days, and 13 today, not including the qualifying sessions we've had. So let's have a look at how the standings are at the moment, the provisional standings thereby of the mini side of things. I mean, Milan Beku has capped another 80 points to his credit in the 899 entry for Eichmann's Grand Prix. We're going to have a really, really good race here, I feel. 36 drivers did make it through to this stage. Unfortunately, 5 are unable to take part. we do not have enough drivers to constitute a B final. So the drivers, unfortunately, out after the 3 heats. Martin Rodriguez, Luca Pereira, Toby Terhar, Jack Depre and Tom Grosjean. I was a bit surprised when I found out that the OW karting Praga driver from the Netherlands. But it means that we have drivers really starting to see how they get on, and Milan Beku is the one to watch this season for Eichmann's Grand Prix. A full capacity 36 strong grid are going to go into battle for the next 11 minutes plus an additional lap, and it is a who's who of young talent that have flourished using Iame power strapped to their karts. There are some drivers a little bit out of place, out of sorts, if you will. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy one in the mini class with how ultra competitive it has been this weekend, just in one day alone. And for the final time, le voici le grille de départ pour le final de Mini. 11 minutes et un tour ici au circuit de karting de la métropole en Ostricourt en France. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final race of the weekend. The Mini final. 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Milan Beku, the driver to beat this weekend, has another 80 points added to the tally for this season. George Dismay will be alongside on the front row. Lewis Boots and Denver Bos, the Flying Dutchman, ran out row 2. Julian van der Gottelet and Didit de Dale ran out row 3. Mathis Piesens and Dorian Grandjean ran out row 4. The top 10 completed by Dan Van Dam, and great effort so far this weekend by Gepper Racing's Adriana Cumbo, the lady driver, in P10. Joshua Lawrence and Emmanuel Laurent ran out row 6. Theo Handax and Milo Cornil, row 7. Row 8, Lutelio Fernandez and Luc Clé. Edouard Berger and Artem Kikireshko. Great effort by the Ukrainian in 18th. Starts ahead of the Norwegian-Dutch pairing of Marcus Engenhazen and Thiago Onik. Matteo Campobello and Maxime Von Crane will start from 21st and 22nd respectively. Louis Bieland and Sem Sazlik round out row number 12. A lot of effort for the 804, the son of Sebastian, who we just saw out just a few moments ago. Tom Demis and Lenzo Minguel make it an all-French row number 13. Louis Paternotte joined by Eichmann Grand Prix Rosalind May Heineke. We know that a grandmother is over in the US watching as we speak. Bram Connings and François Collignon ran out the top 30, completing the 36 strong grid. From Luxembourg, the 811 of Philippe Massard. From Belgium, the 866 of Axel Lienders. Another one from Belgium, Thiago Olibeker, the 807. Germany's Tim Feldman in the 888. Amin Pantoli from France in the 845, and from the Netherlands rounding out the 36 strong capacity grid, Ron Buerma in the 848 entry. Et mesdames et messieurs, pour la dernière fois ce week-end, non, c'est pas un départ. On va faire un autre tour plus un tour de formation ici par le final de Mini. So, full start on the last race of the weekend. What a joy it's been all the way through the week. We've had fantastic action, wheel-to-wheel battling, great overtaking prowess being showcased, and fantastic racecraft demonstrated by a multitude of classes from a range of ages. But we have one more time to go, one more race to conclude the on-track action. After this, the podiums will be taking place at the lower level of the cafeteria. The red lights are reignited on the starting gantry one final time. 36 competitors. Milan Beku is the tour de force in the mini class this season. Can anyone put one up on the Eichmann's Grand Prix young superstar from Belgium? Let's find out over the next 12 or so minutes. And there's been an absolute, oh my, I've never seen that. Just about to go through. Well, red flag. I would think that might be a red flag. It is a red flag. Oh dear, calamity strikes at the worst possible moment. So, they basically, just looking back at it, it happened. It happened at the sharper end of the field. They came out of the penultimate corner. And they're three wide, and oh dear, Denver Boz got turned around. He was in the wrong place. Oh, dearie me. So we've got a red flag stoppage. Yeah, just looking back at the footage, I'm actually slowing it down just to get an understanding of exactly what happened, because it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like, I've never seen that at all. So we had Milan Beku and George Dismay on the front row. Now, they came out of the penultimate corner. So what's happened is that Denver Boz has ended up in between Milan Beku and George Dismay. Then, all of a sudden, he says, okay, no worries, I'll get back into position. And then he gets hit. And that was by Dida Dadalis. So I think what's happened is that Denver Boz has gone back, tried to go back into position, and it just goes to show that sometimes it can be just the slightest of errors, and it just causes a big situation behind it. I haven't seen anything like that at all in my years of commentating and karting. So, now, one of the things I did notice is that, and this is just from a neutral observation point of what I'm seeing. So, Denver Boz has ended up in the middle of the front row. And he knows that he's got to slot in behind George Dismay on the outside row of the field. Fair enough. But it's when he's just gone to signal saying, right, I need to get through. Okay, just let me through, guys. And there was a little bit of an acknowledgement from Dida Dadalis. Then all of a sudden, Dida Dadalis had the left hand, he had his left hand on the steering wheel, right hand signaling. And then I think it's just a mistake that's happened, and it's caused what's transpired. And it literally put several carts around. Dadalis got contacted. Boz got contacted. It then loaded up the field behind, and it's like a traffic jam. So, they have had to red flag it after that, but we are going to have a full reassembly of the grid. So, Milan Beku, so they're now going to put them back into position. And obviously, whoever can take part will go to the grid itself. So they're going to put them in the order. So we are under red flag conditions as a result of that incident coming out of the penultimate corner. Okay, after a lengthy delay after the incident, we have got a couple of we've got one or two carts, well, one cart that is not going to start, but here is the grid for the mini final after about a 15 or so minute delay. Milan Becu and George Dismay will start on the front row. Becu on pole. Lewis Boots and Denver Boz will be on row 2. Julian van der Kottelek, Diddy de Darlin, Mathis Piesens, Dorian Grandjean, Dan Van Dam and Adriana Kumbo round out your top 10. Joshua Lorison, Manuel Laurent, Theo Randax, Milo Cornil, Loterio Fernandez, Luc Clay, Edouard Berger, Artem Kikireshko, Marcus Engen-Azen and Thiago Onik ran out the top 20. Completing the 36 strong are set to be Matteo Campobello, Maxime Bonclé, Louis Bieland, Sem Sazlik, Tom Dams, then we've got Lenzo Mengual, Louis Paternotte, Rosalind May Heineke, Bram Konings, François Collignon, Philippe Massard, Axel Linders, Thiago Holloweg, Tim Feldman, Amin Pantoli and Ron Boerma. One cart did not get started. They might have been able to get that cart started and fired up again, but they were only going to do one formation lap. So, down into the final couple of corners. So the drivers make their way into the tram lines for the final time this weekend. We are underway. Good start by Milan Becu as Lewis Boots jumps up the inside through on George Dismay. And now they are filtering their way at hurtling high speeds. Oh, bit of a moment there for Lewis Boots. And there's a turnaround. Someone spun just in front of the field. They managed to get through just, but it's getting a bit too close for comfort through turn 4. Several drivers going high, one enhancement to the outside. But Becu has bolted. And one's gone off. That will be, I think, Louis Bieland in the 804 from RSD Karting. Looked like a 0-4 at the end of it, but Milan Becu holding on to the race lead. There's been an incident at the chicane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts involved. And that was the 817 coming in at full speed. Had to put on the brakes. That was Dorian Grandjean. Luckily enough, I think it was only the right rear tyre that decided to clip the barriers of the rear bumper. We got the 898 off. And that's Diddy de Darlin. Diddy de Darlin is out. Oh my goodness. First big casualty. And Diddy de Darlin has tumbled down the order. He's not the only one. Luterio Fernandez, Theo Handax, Dan Van Dam, Luc Clay, Dorian Grandjean. Oh my goodness. They are dropping like flies at the moment, starting at the sharp end of the field. And now we've got so many drivers that are out of position. So many drivers have profited. Looking to see who has made up places. Amin Panteli and Juan Boerma are now 23rd and 22nd. They've both made up a combined 26 places between them. Battle for 4th place really starting to heating up as the top 3 really are starting to break away initially. So Milan Becu leads. Lewis Boots, Mathis Piesens from 7th on the grid now runs P3. 4th is going to be Julian van der Kottelet. There's a 5-second time penalty going somebody's way. We'll wait until the number's confirmed on the live timing. But Lewis Boots right on the rear as Denver Boz up the inside at turn 3. 4th place for the Flying Dutchman for WJS Racing. He's through on Julian van der Kottelet from Henzer Racing on the 832. They've got Jos Desmay not too far behind. Milo Cornil, Adriana Kumbo up 2 positions. She's just in front of Thiago Onik, who's made up 11 places. Runs P9 ahead of Artem Kikireshko from the Ukraine. Frantic first 3 minutes of this final, but Becu is starting to pull an initial advantage. We're about to complete lap number 3, so Milan Becu has decided, right, time to put the hammer down, time to get away from everybody else. So Becu leads by nearly 4/10 over Boots. Piesens running out the top 3. Denver Boz has just put in the new fastest lap of the race, a 104.5. by the 887. And now Desmay versus Van der Cotelet. And Desmay cannot get through. Desmay started on the outside of the front row when we went green just over 3.5 minutes ago. Well, Didi Dadala has got the 898 going again. Started 6th, now runs last. A disaster for the Belgian. But Denver Boz is starting to catch the top 3. He's only 6/10 behind, but that gap is rapidly closing. So Diasins behind Boots, behind Beku, who leads as we come round to complete lap number 4 as the sunshine starts to intensify here on the last race of the weekend. And Boots is closing that gap, 0.265. Denver Boz, second successive fastest lap, and he's within striking distance. He's less than 4.5 tenths behind. Mattis Piasins is going to go for the move up the inside, through on Lewis Boots, nearly got Milan Beku at the same time, but thought better of it. Thought, okay, one's enough, don't get greedy. And Denver Boz is absolutely charging forwards. George Desmay now up into 5th place, past Julian van der Cotelet. Thiago Onik is also on a bit of a tear, and he's battling away with Milo Cornel for 7th position. And now Beku started to pull away. Denver Boz there waiting in the wings. Glance over the right shoulder by Mattis Piasins into turn number 11. And Denver Boz is now putting the feelers out. You can see, by the way, the driving style of the 887 from the Netherlands. He's right with Mattis Piasins coming out of the final corner and is going to have the run, have the slipstream. Denver Boz looks to the right-hand side. Up the inside he goes, and through is the Flying Dutchman up to 3rd place, and he points forward and says, right, let's go chasing these two down. But George Desmay and Julian van der Cotelet have latched onto the train. The top 6 on the previous lap were covered by 1.4 seconds. I would probably say that's going to be about 7 to 8 tenths between this 6-cart peloton at the front end of the field. Any one of these drivers can win this race. I mean, Panteli's made his way nearly halfway up the field at the moment. He started 35th. He's now 20th ahead of Rowan Buarma in 21st. So keep your eyes on the 845. And it's 3 wide. Oh, my goodness me. Julian van der Cotelet with a sterling move up the inside at turn 12 and got through on Mattis Piasins and also George Desmay. And now Mattis Piasins returns the favour, gets back up into 4th position. Whilst that's happening, Boots and Beku are being reeled in by Boz. And he's right with them into turn 3. Here on lap number 7, Denver Boz has been the quickest driver out of anybody over every single lap of this race so far. Last year's mini rookie champion has said to the field, here's the warning shot, I'm going hunting. So 3 3/4 minutes to go here in the mini final. And, well, it's anyone that could win this race. But the top 3, all 3 of them, there's a bit of alliteration on the surnames, all start with the letter B. It's Beku, Boots and Boz battling away. Piasins is holding on to 4th at the moment, ahead of Julian van der Cotelet and George Desmay. Thiago Onik now up 13 spots and is 7th. Great run by the 835. And now up to 2nd goes Denver Boz. He's pointing forwards. He is not looking behind him. He is fully focused on the task at hand. So Milan Beku has got another driver in the ranks as now Boots up the inside through turn 8. Nice move between the pair. And Boz gave Boots enough room to not cause a calamity behind. And Thiago Hollebeek has dropped to 27th position. And still Denver Bos trying to do what he can to close in on the top two. About to complete lap number 8 with 2 minutes and 20 on the clock, plus an additional lap. And at the pace they're running, a 104.2, well, Denver Bos' last lap was a 104.7. The battle for 4th, 5th and 6th has really heated up, as I think maybe, yes, George Desmay now back up into 4th position, ahead of Julian van der Kottelet and Matthijs Piesens. Great three-way battles that we got for 1st and for 4th place. 7th, Thiago Onink holding on to P7, ahead of the 8.29 of Milo Cornel. They've got a gap between them of about 2.3 seconds, as Manuel Laurent and Edward Berger are battling over the last 2 spots in the top 10. And there's a change again. Van der Kottelet has had Matthijs Piesens, I think, go through. Denver Bos is not done yet by a long shot. He is still keeping time with those other 2 drivers out of the top 3 in front of him. So 3 laps to go, 4.5 tenths cover the top 3. And the quickest out of the trio was the person in second. But Lewis Boots is coming under fire now from Denver Bos, who switches to the inside. Boots goes to cover off, can't make it, goes too late, reacts too late, because Denver Bos knew what he was going to do. Lewis Boots too late to react, and nearly could have made it 3 wide going into 3. This is an absolutely spellbinding race, despite the trials and tribulations we had around about 25 minutes ago with the calamity going into the final corner. The next time around, we'll have 2 laps to go. Lewis Boots back in front of Denver Bos for P2. This has been a great race between these 3, but Milan Beku now knows that this is his opportunity to pull away. It was just nearly 2 3/4 tenths of a second. I would probably say it's about 4 to 5 tenths that he will have an advantage for. So Beku crosses the line, 2 laps to go. 0.776, so that has been trebled at least. And Julian van der Kottelet running on his own. Thiago Onink is in 4th. Denver Bos back through again on Lewis Boots, coming out of turn 2 in the run into turn number 3. However, Milan Beku is in control, calm and calculated. No overdriving that car. Once again, through into turn 8. Lewis Boots just has Denver Bos's number around that corner. I think it's Boots just deciding to send it through quite late. Denver Bos switches to the outside through into turn number 11 here on the penultimate lap of the race. So lap 10 out of 12. But 1.45 kilometres, 15 turns to go to conclude the race meeting. Final lap of the weekend, final lap of the final underway. Denver Bos, you nearly did try that, didn't you, Sunshine? He nearly went for the outside move on Lewis Boots into turn 1. Well, he's carried the momentum through. Boots goes defensive into 3, blocks off the door so Denver Bos can't get through. However, the WJS Racing driver gets the purchase coming out of turn 3, and he was looking for the opportunity. Lewis Boots just covers that off really nicely. Had one move, made it, stayed on the racing line. Bos unable to get through. But Milan Beku, the 899 from Eichmann's Grand Prix, is away and clear. That gap is going to be at least 1.5 to 1.6 seconds by the time we hit the checkered flag at least. But this time, Denver Bos, can he go for a move on Lewis Boots to steal second in the dying moments of the race? Handful of corners to go. And after 12 laps, Milan Beku will again do the unthinkable. He's counted away to the victory. It's a maximum score for the 899 from Belgium. And Eichmann's Grand Prix have double delight, ranking after heats leader. And now the winner of the final, Milan Beku, did a great job, great battling between, and look, the sportsmanship. Denver Bos, Lewis Boots, go over to congratulate. They all realise how talented this young individual is. And this is it. Thumbs up. the cool down lap commences. Milan Beku victorious. After a 12-lap extravaganza, we had a little bit of a drama in the opening couple of tours, but Beku got his head down, got the job done. Maximum score heading to Genk in July. Beku wins ahead of Boots and Boz. All three Bs on the podium provisionally at this point. The top three covered by 2.7 seconds. Julien van der Cotelet, Milo Cornel, Thiago Onink, Manuel Laurent, Mathis Piesens, Joshua Lawson and Tom Dams rounding out the top 10. Thiago Onink, 14 places gained. Tom Dams rounding out the top 10, 15 places gained. Louis Bielon came from 23rd to finish 11th. Marcus Engen Assen, started 19th, finished 12th. Louis Petronot started 27th, finished 13th. Artem Kikireshko started 18th, finished 14th. Adriana Kumbo for the Gepa Racing driver, where she rounds out the top 15, having started 10th. And tu as roulé bien aujourd'hui dans le final, Amine Pantoli. 19 places gained from the inside of the final road to 16th, ahead of Lenzo Mengual, Maxime Von Crane, Ron Buema, and Matteo Campobello rounds out the top 20. Axel Linders, Dorian Grandjean, Theo Handax, Dan Van Dam, Thiago Hollebeek, François Collignon, Rosalind May Heineke rounds out the top 27 ahead of Luc Ley, Philippe Massad and Luterio Fernandez. The last three finishers in that race, Diri Dale, Tim Feldman and Bram Konings. Edouard Berger out on the last lap. George Desmay out on lap 9. Sam Saslik, lap 7. So, Milan Beku, 308 points. Leads by 16 heading into karting Genk on the 27th of July. That's when we'll see Mini back in action along with Masters, Senior Cup, Gentleman and Mini Rookie. Lewis Boots, second on 292. Julien van der Cotelet, 290 points. Mathis Piesens, fourth place. Last year's Mini Rookie champion, Denver Boz, now fifth on 268. 1 point ahead of RSD Karting's Louis Biland. Marcus Engen-Azen, 7th, head of George Desmay, Dorian Grandjean and Thiago Onink round out the provisional top 10 after 4 scores have been calculated, and it's provisional at the moment. What a way to end the weekend here at this. So more to the point, you know, there are a few thank yous. We have to firstly thank Mr. Jean-Paul Patrick and Mathieu Rémé, his son, the entire team here at Circuit de karting de la Métropole, ici à Racing Kart GP en Ostricourt. Merci beaucoup à tous par le circuit. A big thank you to the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, the ASN, the RACB. A big thank you to our stewards panel, our race director, so Etienne Messiaen, Jean-Marc Jardin, Bruno Giraldi, merci beaucoup à tous. Dave Ritson, our series race director. Race control, Daniel Latman, Dennis Anderkirk. Judge of fact, Danny Dismay for track. Odette and Hans for front fairing and start control. Also our panel of scrutineering, Daniel and Jean-Pierre. Mike from Camp Company heading up timekeeping. Also Michael Frank, Peter van der Heyden and Fabien Euchamp at Servicing Park, Pre-Grid, Tyre Park. There's so many other people I can mention. We'd like to say a big thank you to the teams, the drivers, the families, the support networks that have been here over the course of the past 3 days. A big thank you to the track marshal team, medical, that have been so helpful this weekend, and the track marshals, especially the men and women in orange, the marshals without who we can't go racing every single weekend. A big thank you to them, especially here. But the calm after the storm here at Ostricourt. We go back to Belgium, we go to Limburg on the 25th to the 27th of July for round 3, the halfway point of the Iame Series Benelux season for 2025. Join myself, and at that point we'll have the returning Guillaume Alvarez as our French speaking commentator in the booth. So until next time, thank you so much for watching. Adieu Ostricourt, à la prochaine. Goodbye.